Hello, welcome to TCH Live here on Thursday night here at Texas Card House Austin. You got the Double D show is back. David Della Pena here is your host, and David Pratt. How you doing today, David?
Not too bad. How you doing, buddy?
Always doing fine when Mr. Pratt is in the building. So, okay. It looks like we're going to start here, as always, with a bomb pot. And hopefully all of you people out there are having a good evening too. And thank you for joining us. If you haven't hit that like or subscribe button, feel free to do so. And you have 4 hours to get that done. Ain't that right, Dave?
That is true. And we will be keeping track of all of you. 4 hours from now, we're going to make sure we're watching.
You know, I got a question.
Yeah, I got
Did you ever do that broth bomb?
No, you son of a bitch. No.
I've been waiting to ask you this,
Oh,
Dave.
man. I completely forgot about that.
If you guys don't know what a broth bomb is, and no pressure on Dave, but, oh, wow, this looks nice. We upgrade cameras or something. It looks really good. I like it.
It does.
No, we had like a prop bet, like a month or two ago, and you
Something
were like
that.
if we hit 40K subscribers, I'm doing a broth bomb. And I think Steam Dola and Aaron created it somehow, some wacky way with tequila and chicken broth. Just a really weird combination.
It literally sounds like it was invented by Satan.
Yeah.
Satan himself.
So it's on the table if you want to take a chance at that.
We'll see if the mood strikes me later. We'll see. We'll see.
All right. And we
here.
completely missed the bomb pot there, but it didn't seem like there was much action anyway. The only bad thing about doing the bomb pots on the stream is that it's single board versus double board. So, I don't know. It's not nearly as big as an action game as it would be on the double board because there's so many more variables that you can actually go for, get quartered, boat over boat situations. It just gets really nasty.
I mean, I've seen straight flush over, like what would be bad beats at a regular game. You see it more often than you'd think.
I have still not lost with quads though. I've lost with top boat before when I got rivered by quads. But yeah, still have not lost with quads, which is always nice.
I have beat the dummy end of a straight flush with the high end of a straight flush that I had. I still kind of feel bad about that, but not really.
And Body's going to go ahead and race 15 with 8-7 suited. Rick's going to go ahead and call on the cutoff. And Kobe's going to put in a 3-bet with pocket 8s here on the button and likely to take it down unless Rick wants to play King Jack off.
I see him calling this.
Depends. You're going to get out of the way.
Yeah, fair.
And great little raise there by, I need to get rid of this this lifesaver I have in my mouth so you guys don't hear me just chewing on it.
So if you guys don't know, the game tonight is 2-5 no limit hold'em. We start off with a cap of a $1,000 buy-in, and it looks like everybody's bought in for $1,000. But then after that, it is match the stack. So, which means you can, whatever the biggest stack is at the table, you can always refill back up to that. So sometimes we get to see some pretty big games going on here.
Yeah, I think the biggest we've ever had is maybe 10K in a game, in this game, starting with 1K. I mean, our buddy Josh, if you look at the 510 on Monday, he had 2,500 that he shot up to around 30 grand.
Something like that, yeah.
Insane. He's normally a 2-5 player, plays in these streets, but he took a stab at the Monday game, and my God, did he take a stab.
It was a hell of a run. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, it really, really was. All right, so we got Kobe's going to raise here with, it looks like that was ace-5 offsuit.
Whole lot of nothing for everybody, but he's got to feel like ace-high is good here.
Yeah, and Faker's going to go ahead and get out of the way here. I know who Faker is, but every time you see him, you never know if that's actually him. You know what I mean?
I don't know the name.
I believe that's Javi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but we'll call him Faker for today. We just gave him away, guys.
Oh, the mystery man.
Welcome, everyone in the chat. The usual suspects here. as always, if you're watching, hit that like button and subscribe and say hello. We have people from all over the world in the chat making friends somehow. Kind of reminds me back in the old AIM days, you know, AOL Instant Messenger. You do the ASL. Remember that? Age, sex, location.
Something like that. I'm a little bit older, so I'm like more of like the old school internet, like message boards, like Usenet and stuff, and IRC. Really? Also, I'm kind of a nerd, so.
Yeah. I think there's a little bit of nerd in all of us. And it looks like it's folding all the way around.
Yeah, too much.
And Rogelio is going to go ahead and take it down. As you can see, everybody started with 1,000. Kobe and Noah up there at the top, and Doug likes to play these. I feel like he's on this game every week almost.
He's on it a lot. I actually, when I got here, I played 2-5 with him for. Got here a little bit early, so I played for about an hour. And it's always fun to play with him. I like Doug.
Yeah,
good guy.
It looks like he's starting to consolidate on the chips a little bit. Like he used to always have just nothing but reds. You know, like he'd have like 2,000 in front of him, and they'd all be reds. Stacks and stacks and stacks.
That would drive me fucking crazy. Pardon my French. Rick has nuts, and he's going to fold them, which is a shame.
Anytime someone has like 15 to 20 stacks of reds, I always ask them, "You want to color up?"
Yeah.
You sure? You don't want to color up? Gonna get a raise here. Optimize. And 35. It's going to fold all the way around. And, oh, excuse me, Noah's calling on the button with queen, jack off. And we're going to go heads up here. 87 in the pot.
Heads up.
And sixes are still good. Noah may float here with the 2 overs. But doesn't really have much here. So fold or float, and he's going to go ahead and fold. I don't mind it. Not really much going on there. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the next hand. Our buddy Rick there in the 9 seat, when you weren't with me last time, so I did this by myself because I wanted to see. I'm just curious to see how it was to do this by yourself. It actually wasn't that bad. But he came back here a couple of times, and we chatted up about some hands and stuff like that. I have to admit, the hardest thing about commentating by yourself is wondering if you can last 4 hours without going to the bathroom. that was the hardest thing.
You didn't do the truck driver?
You what?
You didn't do the truck driver? You get well, we can just leave.
I think
I'll
I know
let
what
that
you're
one
talking
drop.
about. We used to do that when we were in high school in football. Like, we used to have to go like 3 hours down the road to go play football games, and they didn't stop for bathroom breaks, so do what you do. And let's see here. Ace-9 offsuit for Noah. It's going to go ahead and raise it up to 15. Going to get called by Rogelio.
I'm liking the new graphics tonight, too. They're
Yeah.
different than they were last week.
Oh, these are the old graphics, I think. Because we had something with red. Yeah.
You guys got it all in on the flop or pre-flop? Check.
I don't know what our producers did, but the lighting and everything looks really, really nice. And ace high is still good here. Rogelio is going to make a little blocker bet, 20 bucks. And Noah, Noah has a 9. I didn't even realize that. Sorry, we're talking about the graphics here. Noah has trip 9s. And Rogelio just has a 4, so he's going to go ahead and get out of the way.
Oh, wait, there's a poker game on?
And Noah is going to go ahead and take down a small pot. Couldn't get paid there with his trips that he rivered, but he was ahead the entire way.
This is not comfortable at all.
And we'll go ahead and move on
Like on the button, like
to the next hand. Man, I can't believe we're already in March already.
I know.
It's insane. We got through the winter for the most part. Thank God we didn't have a snow freeze like we did last year.
I was reading this morning, though, it's probably not going to hit us, but the East Coast is supposed to get, like, some huge cold front this weekend.
because under the gun raises, and then under the gun plus 1
JTN 1968 says, where is Steam Dola, David and David? We're talking about broth bombs. I haven't seen Steam Dola in a while. I think he did commentary with Lolly a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I played the stream a few weeks ago, and he did the commentary.
He did the commentary? Okay, yeah. He's normally in the 1-2 streets, and I normally play 2-5, so we don't come across too often. But him and Aaron did come up with the broth bombs.
I like him. It's not special in this game. You meet a lot of really nice people, but Steam Dola is one of those genuinely nice, just nice guy. You like him.
Yeah, good guy. What's his real name? Matt? I call him Steam Doyle all the time, so I was like, I think his real name's Matt.
Next time I see him, I'll tackle him and grab his driver's license.
There you go. Optimize going to raise up with Ace King here. Ace 6 going to go ahead and call from Stein. Ace King still in the lead here. Stein checking it over.
And on that flop, Ace King is probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah. If he had 2 hearts, maybe he can peel and go for a backdoor flush draw, but likely not really hitting anything there. He's going to go ahead and get out of the way. And everyone's still roughly in the same spot as they were, as Noah, Kobe, and Optimize won some little pots. And Rogelio's at the bottom there, but not too far off from where he started. As we said, as David said, that this game is a 2-5. It's a 1K cap to start, matches stack after that. And hopefully we can get a really good game going on here. We got some decent players in this lineup. And hopefully we can see some big stacks and some big action.
You absolutely can. It just needs a little bit of warm-up. It's like an engine in the winter. Let it go for a little bit, and we'll start seeing people adding on.
Well, there you go. David with the 20K straddle. I like it. That's always a good thing. Hilio's gonna, looks like he's gonna go ahead and make the call. With that 20K straddle. Oh, it looks like he wanted to raise, but he's just gonna have to call now because he didn't see it. I wonder if we're playing the 7 deuce game if Rick folds. I would assume so. I would assume not.
No, as we both know, if the 7 deuce game was on, everybody would be getting it.
Yeah. And Kobe and Faker with the roughly the same outfits just can't see who they are at all. And Ace High still good here. And even better. Kobe's going to take a bet at this and likely going to get folds all the way around. Well, I mean, Rogelio does have a gutter. He needs a 7 for a straight, so he's going to stay in. Cheap enough for him. And he does not get there.
Bet 75.
Kobe's going to go ahead and bet. And unless Rogelio wants to take a big bluff at this, he's going to go ahead and get out of the way. Kobe will go ahead and take down a nice pot and move on to the next hand. Have you been playing a lot of poker recently, Dave?
Not so much as I usually do. Normally I play several times a week. Past month or two, I've only been playing once, maybe twice a week. Just had a lot of work stuff going on and whatnot.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy too. I haven't been here a couple of weeks, but I had this plan on my schedule several weeks ago to do commentary. And I'll be back March 31st, everyone. So if you enjoy or don't enjoy listening to me, feel free to come on down. But try to do this a couple times a month. It's kind of fun.
It's kind of fun. It's really fun.
It's really fun.
I love doing it.
It's always fun when Dave's here. Double D show.
Right here. Wacky, like small market, wacky morning zoo, like bad radio program. I love it. I love it.
And Rick's going to go ahead and take down nice little pot.
I think we're just kind of building up steam here. It's like a pressure cooker. We just got to get a little bit going and get one good hand, and the game will break out.
Well, we haven't seen any big hands outside of Ace King and sixes, and we've only been going for about 15 minutes. So this game usually has a little bit of a slow start to it, I think. Unless we can get and some of these folks, I think everyone on the stream has played at least once. Am I correct? I mean, I know Kobe has, Doug has.
Gotten se-
Optimize has an no. Yeah, I think everyone's played on the stream at least once. Javi, I've seen Rahila on the stream before. Obviously, Lottie.
8 seat's kind of a fish, though.
The 8 seat. This guy.
Yeah, that guy, whoever that guy is, I don't know him.
You don't know?
I've never seen him before.
I assume you know him then. I don't know that gentleman. Who is he?
The 8 seat,
Yeah. I don't think I've met.
Lottie.
No, Lottie's in. Oh, 8 seat. Got it. Oh, yeah, there's 10 seats. Well, since there's 9 in there, I was looking at him as being the 7. I was like the guy who's not there.
Also, I am really bad at math.
There you go.
I have trouble counting things, so
You're only a computer
I know.
guy.
Shh, don't tell.
Don't need math. Uh-oh. And we may see some action here as Rick and Kobe flop a flush draw when Kobe just outdoes him just a little bit if he hits.
They both have backdoor straights and front door flushes.
Yeah. So this can be a little action starter here. Let's see if Kobe wants to come in for a raise. It looks like he's just going to call. Ace, ace. Now, unlikely that either player has an ace. Let's see if Rick wants to continue or he'll check back for pot control. And he will not. 135 in the pot. Looks like
55 looks like, yeah. 60? Or is that 35 again? Again, I have trouble counting things. Oh,
Oh, wow. Kobe got away
folds
there.
the best of it.
How much did he bet? I can't see.
I don't know.
Never came
Oh,
on.
55.
55. Okay, real small bet. I like the continuation bet there, trying to get a better hand to fold, which he did. And that's definitely the power of being in position to go last and taking advantage of denying equity from another player. So great play by Rick. A lot of players in the low stakes games will sometimes just check that back for pot control, and then when they do get there, they allow potentially the other player to get there, and it just doesn't work very well in that situation. So Rick takes down a nice little small pot by being the aggressor on the turn.
I think he sensed a little bit of weakness there, too.
Yeah.
I do know there was one guy who basically got fat so he didn't have to play.
Oh, and my streak continues. Just tried to gamble, just lost.
I feel like you played
Oh, how many points do you have?
Just 10. I think I got about 300 points, and I just did about 10 of them and lost. To Streamlabs.
So you two need to gamble loyalty points for $20 a roll.
I'll
the
do
way
it.
Aaron and Karen do.
I rolled a 24, so you got to beat a 24, Seth.
Okay. Junior producer Seth is going to do it with David here. Would you roll?
24.
24?
I'm really great at it.
9-7 suited for Kobe. He's going to call the 50. King, Queen. This is definitely a squeeze play here. I would like to make it bigger. And Doug looks like he's going to
I'd like
do
to
so.
see at least 150. And that's nice. There we go.
I don't mind it. Out of position. Got a raise and a caller. Decent size.
It's probably going to get through.
Yeah, 4x the opener, plus a trail, and a little
Nice.
bit on top of that for being out of position. So decent sizing, kind of a perfect sizing actually. And he goes ahead and takes it down without a fight.
Oh, and Seth just beat me. 98 to 24. Nice roll, Seth.
98 to 24.
I had inferior diamonds. You'd be surprised. A lot of people flap their small blinds.
So I'm into Seth for $20 now. Oh, you're right. We do.
Hear that, Booth?
I don't know how much, but you tell me how much it is.
C2 is firing shots.
Let's just say 40. Okay, so now you're into me for 20 then.
Okay, we have to believe that.
Yeah, it's karma. Mr. Ben Miney in the chat.
30.
Raise to 30.
How'd you make it bigger like that?
You can break the window out.
Ah. See, tech guy.
I know.
Tech guy here.
I know. And we have Dallas in the house.
Dallas in the house. What's up, Dallas? Oh, if you guys haven't heard about our TCH Dallas location, politicians up there trying to shut things down for no odd reason. But you can go to savedallaspoker.com if you want to get some more information on that and be a part of the cause. And I think we're going to win that battle and have a TCH open in there, but it's just kind of annoying that just a thing you have to go through, you know what I mean? So savedallaspoker.com. Go ahead and check it out. Information is on there, and keep up to date with the situation that's going on up there. And it's not just for TCH poker, it's just poker in general that they're trying to stop doing up there. So we'd like to keep it open because it's fun and a safe place for everyone to play. And it looks like ace, now king. And Faker never really bet this because his kicker was pretty weak, but now on the river after 2 checks, I think he feels pretty confident that he has the best hand here, and he's going to go ahead and take down a small little pot there.
You just get stuck in your teeth and you're sitting there sucking on it.
Oh, what's up, Ben? Ben from Dallas. I have yet to meet you, but if you're ever in the Austin area or come here to TCH Austin to do anything with the stream, feel free to say hello. You and your wife do a good job.
I'm about to sell him up a little bit. He is really great in the booth. I would absolutely love to have him come down here and do one of these streams with him.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it with him too. I enjoy listening to him. He's got that radio voice.
He does. He really does.
And he brings his wife to do it with him too. If I had my wife here, she wouldn't say a word. She just doesn't. She's real quiet. No, she's really quiet.
I'd bring my wife if I had one.
Text it. Huh?
Yeah.
If you had one?
Bad joke.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
That's okay. It's for the best.
I was listening to Seth complain over there. And Optimize is going to go ahead and raise here with pocket 4s. And we're not playing the 70s game. Rogelio with the Jack 10. Those are aces to me. Go ahead, Dave.
I'm the one who's going to
It's
get
a pretty straightforward call there from him.
Heads up. Heads up. I'll check on the dark. Check dark.
And Rogelio loves that flop.
Oh, yeah. And he is not going to lead out. I wouldn't mind a lead out now after a check from Optimize.
It's a nice value size bet, too.
Optimize is going to go ahead and call with the pocket 4s there. And Rogelio was ahead with the 10, and now he's way ahead with the Jack 10.
Bet 75.
He's going to bet 75 here. And Optimize is going to go ahead and get out of the way. And he's going to show it. There's no, outside of getting a set and maybe 2 pair, there's no other great feeling with having a pair and a flush draw. Like, that just, the amount of equity and just the excitement you get when you have that. I love getting a pair and a flush draw. Flush draw. What about you, Dave?
I'm going to go with open-ended straight flush draw.
Open. That never comes, by the way. Never comes. I don't know how much money I've lost by staying in to get a straight flush. I have yet to. Oh, I've hit one once. Never mind. We know that story. I've hit one time. Never have again, though.
Like Seattle really
It's the worst feeling. You're like, I have to.
Stay
I have
in.
to. The pedal has to go down on this one, and I'm absolutely losing all this money. But
Yeah.
if I don't do this, I should stop playing this game.
We saw one on here, right? Didn't
Yeah,
we?
we did.
We saw one in here. I can't remember the guy's name, but it's
He was in the 10 seat.
yeah, it was 10 seat. I call it the 9 seat, but yeah, it is a 10 seat because it's a 10-handed table. But he got the straight flush there, which is always nice. And this should be a raise here from Kobe.
I think we might have our kind of first big hand of the night here, actually. This could structure up to be pretty good.
Oh, just a call.
Just a call. Interesting.
Surprising. I thought for sure that would be a raise, but maybe he thinks that Rick's a little snug. And so he's just going to play a good hand in
Carroll
position.
going out with a bang. Like, I'm surprised he hasn't retired already.
Which could be his thought process there. So I don't mind it either way. You can mix it up. And this should definitely come in for just 45 more. And we got a 4-way pot. 272 in the pot here.
4 players.
All these players are relatively deep in
Yeah, I mean, what you got to do
coordination
with
to
this
the
one
pot.
is just tank, I think.
10 high board.
The question is Schneider the one to rebuild the team?
Backdoor flush draw
that's an
for
open
Stein, a 4 for Helio. And 5s are still in the lead right now.
He still does have the best of it, but he's correct. You have to bet this one. Against
They're
3
probably
players, you
gonna
got to
get
get him
their
out. I like that. It's a nice chunky bet.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent board for 5s. Obviously, you're not thinking anybody else has a bigger pair than you. Maybe 6s, 7s, but you're not really worried that much about a 10.
What's the point of that trade?
And if somebody does have a 10, you'll find out real quick. And
I think about that. I mean, you sent your 1 to the Jets.
And
for
Helio's going to
Nolan
go ahead and
Adams.
stay in
Yeah.
with his 4.
middle pair. Middle pair and a dream. That's going to be the name of my autobiography.
And Rick is not slowing down here. He's going to continue for a small sizing. Just kind of wants to find out where he's at type bet. And if Real Helio came in here for a raise, that would be, I mean, he may sense weakness just from this bet here, but it looks like he's just going to make the call, thinking that Rick is on a club draw. But he is mistaken.
I could see him.
And now the club's got there.
Oh,
so-
see, this would have been a perfect bluff spot for Rogelio. Although SPR is not, he's only got 500, 600 in front of him.
You're going to win 4 games, and he's not part of the long-term plan.
And Rick is going to continue. No fear in Rick today.
Because the
Flush draw got there, ace and a 10 and a 9, and he goes ahead and takes it down with just a pair of 5s. Now that's poker right there, ladies and gentlemen. Good play there by Rick. I think a lot of players would have checked that on the river there. That was a pretty scary river, scary board from the turn and the river there. But with just a pair of 5s, Rick was not slowing down. Even considering that Rogelio could be just calling on the flop and turn with a flush draw, and it got there. And Rick, without a club in his hand, continued barreling.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, like, my thinking on a hand like that is, why would you bet that? Because you're closing the action, and the only thing that's going to call you has you beat.
Yeah, I think most players checked there, but fortunately for him, Rogelio just had a 4, so he couldn't. He was one of those situations where he had a worse hand in there. That was fortunate for him. I think most times, other than not, there's the flush either gets there or something better is going to call him there.
King 10 versus 7-4, and neither of them like that flop.
Ace, ace, 6. Unlikely that someone has an ace with 2 of them out there. 2 hearts on the board now, and Stein's the only one with the 4, but looks like King High is going to win here. And that was a very exciting pot.
Fair enough.
That was a very exciting $20 pot.
Rick at the top there with 1.5. Doug to follow. Rogelio down there at the bottom, making some crying calls there with just a pair of 4s. I think he's the one who thought that Rick was on the flush draw on that last hand, so he just kept calling him down. But obviously, once the flush got there on the river, if he did think he was on a flush draw, he can no longer call there on the river. So it looks like Rogelio is going to add on a little bit to his short stack and make the game a little bit bigger.
I do love it. Doesn't happen every single time, but remember when you were in school at the end of class, the first person to close their notebook would cause everybody else to close their notebook and stand up.
Yeah.
When you're at a poker table like this, first guy to pull out his roll and buy in again, you'll see at least 2 or 3 other people do the same.
And normally when I'm like having a conversation with someone and I just kind of want to end it, that's when I just like slap my hands on my legs. I go, well, and just stand up, and then everyone stands up too, and that's the best way to get out of that situation. You gotta go.
Speaking of which, well,
yeah, stand up.
I gotta
Everyone stands up.
think.
Only Aaron will hear.
kind of like when you put your hand out. Most likely someone's going to put their hand out too.
Oh, yeah.
I used to do this thing when I was in high school where I would have like a rock or something, and I would just go pass it to strangers. And they would always grab it. And they're like, why'd you give me a rock? And I go, well, why'd you grab it? It literally worked every time. So if you want to have fun with just random people sometimes, just grab a rock and just like put your hand out and pass it. And literally 95% of the time,
That's
they
like
would
a
just
weird
grab it.
psych experiment. I
Yeah.
like it. I like it.
Because it's kind of like, you know, you're putting your hand out to shake someone's hand. And unless you dislike the person, you're not going to put your hand out too. You know what I mean?
It's true. Now, this is going to be over. We're not on video, so the audience isn't going to give this. But here, do this.
Raise to 60.
Next time somebody does that, it's the best.
That's funny. My nephew, he's only, I don't know, like 16 months. When was he born? He's almost 2 years. So 2 years, I think he's like 20, 22 months. But he loves giving everybody a fist pump. He just like, he walks, if he'll see a bunch of strangers, he just goes like this, fist pump, fist pump, fist pump.
Okay, that's painfully adorable.
Yeah, it really is.
I think we got a hand here.
King Queen versus King 9 for Faker. And, oh, it's over. What happened? I thought he called. I guess not.
That's much ado about nothing.
You faked me out there, David.
Sorry. Well, the graphics faked me out. You know what? As a general principle, just general advice, never listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Wasn't the second nuts either.
Looks like we got
Not the third either.
Ben doing a Q&A on the Dallas situation. Yeah, let us know as much of that as possible. And if you have questions about that, feel free to throw them in the chat there. And Ben will get back to you. Oh, politicians. Always messing up everything for everybody.
I know. My God. I do have to get up to TCH Dallas one of these days. I really do want to
have you
check
been there
it out.
once?
I've never been.
I thought you played one time like a couple months back.
Drove by. I've never played.
Every time I say I'm going to go to Dallas, I go, I don't want to drive.
I know.
And I just
Just
don't.
that drive is just, it's death.
I haven't been up that way in a really long time, honestly. Probably, I haven't been to Dallas in maybe like 3 years. Just no real reason to go, but I do want to play at TCH Dallas, so I think it's one of the best poker places in Texas.
The closest I came to packing last week
Pair of deuces here. I love this.
Versus Ace Queen. Hey, Rickett came to play today. Let's see if he could sniff this out and make this call here.
That looks like a call-in face.
Closest I came.
With a pair of twos, or even come in with a raise,
13 or so.
which would be amazing.
Like there's no money for me.
No, Rick,
No,
don't do it.
Don't do it.
Ah,
Yeah.
folding fourth pair there.
My God, what a nit.
The most amazing thing ever is when you call someone with fourth pair or like ace high, and you're correct.
It is a great feeling. Like every now and then when you get the like, I have ace high and I'm actually sure I'm good here.
Yeah.
I kind of think I am.
It's also the complete opposite feeling when the board's paired and you call with ace high and you're like, oh, you have a boat. You just never know. You just never know, David. Especially with some of the the type of players that we play with from time to time, where it's like that is not the play you're supposed to make. So you can't. There's some players you just can't put ranges like at all. They don't have a range. Their range is basically Brad Owen's revenge range.
Yeah, they are. I have a random number generator in my head that just makes me do things. We got raised to 30 from ace queen.
Do people think I'm
I like that.
I gotta use this to my advantage.
Looks like it's going to get through. We'll see if it gets through the blinds. And it does.
All in on the turn, and then force
Oh, wait, no, it does not.
It was like
He's going to defend.
like Jack Knight sits up,
Definitely
there's like 3 different
defendable
elements
hand. King
available.
7 suited
Yeah.
from
No, I
the
must have
straddle,
said if I'm doing that.
and he wakes up with a gutter ball. But Noah has one of his queens for the straight there. Top pair with a good kicker. He's going to go ahead and take it down for Noah. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the next hand. So, yeah, so thanks, Ben, for answering some of the folks' questions there in the chat about the TCH Dallas situation, about the city/county trying to essentially take poker, legalize poker away from the community there, and we are fighting it. So if you want more information or want to be involved in the cause, or at least just follow the cause, go to SaveDallasPoker.com. Again, that's SaveDallasPoker.com. And we also have a video up there that our producers did where they have like a bunch of dealers. Obviously, if the TCH Dallas went down, a lot of dealers would lose their jobs and stuff like that. So we got a lot of dealers talking about Save Dallas Poker, and so I believe we will win. But go ahead and check that out if you want to know more.
I don't believe I know we'll win. In
Huh?
that I know we'll win. It's a
Yeah.
positive, fun game. It's a social club, and in fact, it is better than the alternative.
Yeah,
for
'cause-
everyone involved.
Because people are going to play poker anyway, right? And the great thing about having these card rooms in the state of Texas, because obviously legalized, gambling isn't, quote unquote, legalized here in Texas, and maybe go ahead.
Poker is not gambling. Sorry,
you know-
I have
you
to
know
be
what I
my
mean, you know what I mean.
Mr. Pedantic. It's game
You know-
skill. Always has been.
It
Always
is.
will
It
be.
is a game skill, but casinos and so
Yeah,
essentially
fair.
where you would normally play poker is not something you can really do in Texas. So these card rooms allow the opportunity to do that in a safe environment. Because if these weren't here, they would just go back to underground and home games and
Yeah.
stuff like that, and it's not nearly as safe as playing in card rooms with security and like a legit business function that's going on.
And personally, for me, I absolutely prefer a dedicated card room.
Yeah.
I used to go to Vegas all the time, and playing cards in Vegas is fun, but like I don't care, and I'm not interested in slots. I'll play a little blackjack every
Yeah.
now and then, but like that is not the attraction for me. And the
No.
last thing I want is just all of that noise and everything. Like I love the dedicated room.
Me too. Every time I tell people this, they're in shock, because I play a lot of poker, but I have never played poker in a casino. Never. Because every time I go to a casino, I play what I can't play here. You know what I mean? Like, why would, and I also hear unless you're playing super high stakes in Las Vegas, the games are just really terrible.
it's the game.
Brad Owen said it himself when he was here. He was like, the games in Vegas are just absolute the worst. Like, Texas is the nuts. Texas and Florida.
I mean, the Bellagio has the smallest caps, but like the
Yeah.
510 at Bellagio is capped to $1,500, and they take a gigantic rate. That's
Yeah,
not a
that's
beatable
another
game.
thing. Rake.
Yeah.
Don't want to deal with it. Kobe with pocket tens here. And I just love blackjack. I can literally play blackjack all day. He used to be really, really good at it, actually. But I haven't played in a few years. And Noah's going to come in with the 5-3 suited. And Faker's going to go ahead and defend with the 8-2 there on the straddle. 125 more to call. A pot that's going to go up to 140. 6-7 ace on the board here. Kobe's only really worried about the ace here, but he has a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw. He's going to continue with the full range here, especially in position, to try to narrow down the field. And Noah has a gutter, so looking for a 4, but he's going to go ahead and raise it up here.
Raising a gut shot. That's a bold move, Cotton.
I've never pursued working in the city for that reason.
He might actually get this one through.
It's insane.
Well, a flush draw would also do this too. So Kobe could call and see a turn. But obviously with that ace out there, he's not loving it. He's still in position though. I think if he's out of position, he's more likely to fold. But he does has a club blocker as well. So if Noah is doing this with club draw, he is blocking it currently. 7 gets there. So if Kobe thinks he was good and ahead of a flush draw, he is still good now. And Noah's going to continue to tell the story. And Kobe's checking him out, looking at his body language, trying to look at his eyes. Noah looks a little nervous here.
He does. And it's a little under half pot size bet. And a little over, actually, excuse me. And
Kobe's also thinking, too, from Noah being in the big blind. If Noah had an ace, there's also an opportunity from that having his range that he would try to make a squeeze play from out of position. So, no, but it's going to go ahead and work. So, aces are still in his range. So that's likely what Kobe is folding to. So the aggression there is going to work there from Noah. Is going to continue on there.
Not in this
I will give Noah credit for that. That was a good
Yes.
spot to pick to do that in. That was really well played by him.
If you're going to make the raise and get called, you definitely have to continue the story there on the turn, because as soon as you check back, it's just going to smell weakness all over the place. And then Kobe's going to take, Kobe's a good enough player that he'll take advantage of that. And he will likely bet, or he may check it back for pot control, but Kobe could definitely take over some passive play there. So it was good that Noah continued there, went ahead and take down a pot with the worst hand. And that's poker, folks. You can't always win with the best hands. Sometimes you have to win with aggression with the worst hand.
So we talk a minute about what Mr. Ben Miney just brought up in chat, which is, he said, I believe it's about Cinnamon Toast Crunch being the worst cereal.
I thought you were going to say something serious about like the legality of poker in Texas or something like that.
No, he thinks Cinnamon Toast Crunch is not a good cereal, and I actually tend to agree with him. I don't know if I feel that strongly about it. It seems kind of an odd thing to take that kind of strong opinion on, but I will go with that. My favorite cereal right now. You have 5 seconds.
Me?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Favorite? I haven't had cereal in years, but I would probably say like Cheerios or Wheaties or something.
I would go with myself. I would go Cheerios or the Dark Horse, Cinnamon Chex or Cinnamon Life.
What was the Flakes one? They are great.
That's Frosted Flakes.
Yeah, those are pretty good. I used to eat cereal every day, but I haven't had cereal in God knows how long. I mean, it's not really good for you.
No, and I was never a big sugary cereal guy ever. Like, my mom only ever got Rice Krispies and Cheerios.
Well, I try to limit processed food as much as possible, and sugar too. Both are not good for you, and so you know, obviously I'm more health conscious, so I really don't eat that stuff. I honestly can't remember the last time I've had a bowl of cereal.
Yeah, me neither.
It's probably been since I was in college, 10, 15 years. Like, it's been that long. Wow.
Closest I'll do is I'll keep a little granola around the house. And maybe have some granola yogurt.
Frosted Flakes all day. God, you know, I used to always love the Wheaties boxes. When I was a kid, I used to kind of collect them, you know, because they would have, like, the Dream Team and Michael Jordan on it and stuff like that. Ace King here for Rick.
Just saying.
Remember when you were a kid and how much branding, like, works on you? Like, I used to look at, like, I used to always try to get my dad to buy me the bread that had all the, like, the athletes on it because I thought it was going to make me a better athlete. Like, that's just how much, like, as a kid, you just have no idea what, you know.
Or when I was a kid, and we're about the same age. I'm a little bit older than you, but about.
You're way older than me.
Well, okay. I'm like 75. But when Air Jordans came out when I was a kid, oh God, that marketing was just perfect.
Yeah. Want to be like Mike.
Is it the shoes?
Ace, King, Queen, Jack,
Monotone.
and Ace 8. King and a Jack here of spades for Rick and Optimized. They may get a little frisky here. Rick is going to go ahead and continue with the second nut flip draw. Oh, and Optimized just going to get out of there with the Jack High spade draw. Just going to go ahead and fold it. Interesting. I thought I would at least see at least one peel, try to hit the flush. And with Rick showing them, Optimized is like, well, I'm definitely glad I got out of there with the flush. Yeah, Michael Jordan, man. Like, I talk to all these young kids now, and they're like, LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. But I don't know. Growing up in that era, I just don't get me wrong. LeBron James is a great player, and he's going to break all records because he played like 8 to 10 years longer than Jordan. But what Jordan did in the amount of time that he played, I don't think we're ever going to see again.
And I suspect, I don't know. I don't actually watch a lot of NBA, but I suspect if you were to ask LeBron who's the best player ever, he'd say, oh, Jordan, done.
I think he would say himself. He would say himself. He said it himself before. He said, I'm the best player in the world.
Well, he's kind of a dick then.
Well, he's probably the athlete in the world that needs his ego stroked 24/7.
Gotcha.
Humble is not the word I would describe LeBron. Great player, don't get me wrong. He's done a lot of great things for his community, but
Doug fold the nuts.
I wish he would have stayed in Cleveland his whole career and just won a bunch of championships. That would have been cool.
That would have been.
Do it like the Spurs did it. Duncan, Kobe, you know, stayed with their.
Or wasn't Jason Kidd? Wasn't he on the Nets his entire career?
No, he used to be on. He's on a couple different teams. He was on
Okay.
Dallas Mavericks. Wait, Jesus, how am I having a brain fart? What else did he play for?
Shows how I'm a completely
Like, if you
passive
fold, though,
NBA
you
fan.
do lose. You just don't lose as much.
Oh my God, I'm
You're not winning
drawing a
anything.
brain fart. Now I got to look this up.
Now you want to talk baseball or Formula One? I'll talk your ear off.
Formula One. Let's go, Brandon. Or that's NASCAR. Jason Kidd.
You see, like, I can play
I
the
gotta
part
look
of
this
Shaq
up
Pro
now.
as well.
Speaking of which, while we're waiting for the hand, I would like to commemorate today as being a very, very happy
Yes.
day in that the MLB lockout is over. But today is also the saddest day ever in that they have announced the death of the designated hitter, which, as far as I'm concerned, kills baseball.
What? They took that out?
The NL is getting rid of the NL is adopting the designated hitter, which is sad.
Oh, so on both sides they have it now.
Yeah,
Got it. Okay.
it's sad.
Okay, yeah. So Dallas Mavericks, and then I knew he played for the Phoenix Suns, and then New York Knicks. Okay, that makes more sense. Ace King versus King 10 here. Rick's gonna go ahead and call.
Nothing for either of them.
Check by Rick, and if I'm Doug, I'd go ahead and bet here, but he is not.
Interesting choice. I personally, I would have made it like 35 there.
Yeah, something small.
You don't want to let him catch up because you know you're probably ahead. Wow.
Yeah, and that's why you want to bet there at least on the flop. Bet 100% of your range. If he calls, okay, then you can slow down and shut it down on the turn. But you give yourself an opportunity to go ahead and take down the pot there, you know, heads up, and also take advantage of in position. Because when you check back, you're just giving away the advantage of being in position in the first place. And Ace King is still likely ahead of most of what Rick has anyway.
Ace King is one of those hands where, like, it's at least for me, it is so dependent upon position. Like I earlier today had Ace King under the gun, and Ace King suited, and you know, and I flatted a 3-bet, and had to fold on the flop, and it was terrible. But if I was on the button, I would have re-raised it.
Yeah. You just got to do what Tillman does. Just go all in, no matter what. I got Ace King. I'm all in. That's what the pros do.
Yeah.
King 10 here for Faker is going to go ahead and raise it up to 60.
Ace Queen from Lottie.
And
That
he's
looks
gonna
like a raise.
Chuck E. Cheese tokens, whatever, you know.
And Stein and Rick are going to get out of the way.
Over the threshold of pain.
Let's see if Faker wants to play King 10 suited out of position, and he will.
Oh,
This
that's-
is
that's totally women thing.
a lot of being so tight and on the button.
Oh yeah, like that's like.
He has to know that
that's
he
the
is
whole thing, like,
behind.
you have just, like,
And
the
now he's
balance
way
of chips.
behind, so this is
It's
going
an
to be a
impressive
check
visual.
bet fold, most likely.
It's a really impressive visual.
Oh my God, he's going to lead out here.
Instead.
175.
Oh, and Lottie is just salivating.
Yeah, I can't believe he let out. Very surprising.
We'll count to 15 in your head, and then call this.
I have a feeling he's going to raise, and then he's going to get a fold. See if I'm wrong.
That's a call.
Well, Faker only has 496 left, so it's either a shove or check. But he doesn't have anything. So if he shoves for some reason, he's going to get snap called. There you go.
There,
Wow, he went all in
Snap call. Ooh.
with absolutely nothing.
We, I forgot to bring it with me. I meant to bring the Price is Right loser horn sound thing with me tonight so I could play it when this exactly
Dun,
happened.
dun, dun, dun.
Damn it.
I think that's kind of
Yeah, I'm not sure what Faker was the plan there. You know, leading out from Lottie, who's, you know, probably one of the tighter players on this table.
Yeah, and that's a super strong call with that kind of bet. You abandon it immediately.
Yeah,
after
I think
that.
once you get called, it's just a check on the turn. And it's pretty much just a shutdown unless you hit a king on the turn. But yeah,
I like your shirt, but I didn't realize that donkey.
that's what you call a gift.
Some would make that argument.
Definitely a gift.
You know, I'm actually going to have to, I'm going to YouTube on my phone. I'm going to find that sound effect and I'm going to cue it up because that is just,
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna look for what?
the Price is Right loser
Well, I
horn.
mean, fish live in the water though,
Oh.
and zonkies live on lands, and everything else lives on lands.
Let's see if we can find it here.
Like,
I don't even
that's-
remember
that's
how that
probably
goes.
why you put them in that order.
Oh, that
Like,
one.
you wouldn't go from land to water back to lands. You follow?
You know, when I was 18, when I
Oh, yeah,
graduated
yeah,
from
there
high
is a shark,
school,
there isn't there?
my mom and I went out
I
to
can't remember.
like
It's
the
on my
Los
shirt.
Angeles area, and one of the things I wanted to do, it was like a graduation present, and went on The Price is Right. And it was really
Oh
fun.
man, that would be, that's a dream. I would love to do that.
I unfortunately didn't get on, you know, but I still have like the VHS tape in my closet when we were on there. And you can see us in the crowd, like we're both wearing like burnt orange UT. And this is back in the day when it was with Bob Barker. You know what I mean? So, you know, my name's, obviously our name is David, and that's a very common name. So it happened one time when we were there. They're like, who do you got next? You know, next, we got David. And my heart just sunk, and then they said someone else. And I was like, oh, man. That would have been so awesome.
Fun fact about me, I have a 100% accurate rating on guessing the
Like, there was
MSRP
a-
of a soup can. Just show me any soup, I'll tell you exactly how much it costs.
Man, the best thing about being sick as a kid was staying home with my grandma and
That was the
watching
best.
Prices Right. Like, those are good times.
I flapped a boat, and there was a 4-hour.
You ever remember a supermarket sweep?
I didn't watch a lot of that, but I remember it.
The 90s were the best. 90s were the best.
There were some really dumb daytime game shows in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
There was a show called Joker's
The
Wild.
whole internet
It was
is going
terrible.
to judge you, and you're going to go viral. And then you're going to get canceled.
9-8 suited on the button's going to go ahead and raise here.
I haven't been accepted.
Family Feud way back in the day was awesome. But with,
And then
oh, we
we're
got
gonna
a
get canceled.
$5 super chat
Don't cancel us.
from D1 Keys. Do you guys think gambling is immoral or fine as adult entertainment? I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's within risk, you know, like, because it's kind of like, you know, drinking. Drinking's not overly bad, and you can have a beer here and there. But if you're an alcoholic and you're a terrible human being and you're bad to your family, then obviously that's bad. If you're just gambling, you're having a good time, you're not losing money or your retirement, that's fine. But if you like lose your life savings, you owe a bunch of people money, and you have an addiction, then that's bad. So I think when it comes to anything that's considered a quote-unquote vice, don't do it as frequently, and know when to stop. When you have that urge, that's probably when you got to just like, if you had like a bad losing day, you're like, I gotta get it back now. Like that's like the worst time to go and gamble. What would you think? Good question, by the way.
Yeah, I've always gone from the perspective of an activity is not in and of itself moral. It's what do you do with the activity is
Exactly.
where the moral question comes in.
Was that a live
Alcohol
bird?
is not immoral.
That was a race
Drinking
for
too
three.
much is immoral.
Yes.
Otherwise,
with
my
you.
fault is true.
It's kind of like they say, like, you know, a lot of people say, you know, money is the root of all evil, but it depends on who has the money and what are they doing with it,
And
right?
it can be the root of all good too.
Exactly.
You can use it
Something
to
that-
better
something
mankind.
that I would fold
Yeah,
to under
and
the
there's a
gun
lot of
raise, but
people
I
that
would
have a
fold
lot of money that do a lot of good things. There's also a lot of people that have a lot of money that do a lot of bad things. So
Funny story. The statement, the phrase is not actually the money is the root of all evil. It is the unhealthy want. Oh God, I forget. It's more of in front of it. It's the love of money
Yes.
is the root of all evil.
I'm actually reading The Psychology of Money right now. It's a really, really good book. And he talks about a lot of really good stories in there. And he was talking about one guy that was really rich. And basically it came down to, like, you need to know the word enough.
sticking it in there
It's
apart
like,
from that
with-
one-
like you
that
don't
one
continue
time.
to need more and more and more
Yeah.
and more. But people, like, just have to make as much money as possible. And if you're a millionaire, you want to be a 100 millionaire. And you're worth 100 million, you want to be worth $1 billion, and so on and so forth. You know what I mean?
One that's,
I've always been a big fan of the moral hazard
like, I'm
of
gonna
just
be
because there are some
dominated
people
by
who
lots
are
of
that way
different
doesn't mean that anybody shouldn't be that way. I look like somebody who's really, really greedy like that. That's a bad person, but that doesn't mean somebody shouldn't be able to be that
So we've
rich.
asked her for you to wait for the
Because
delay.
there are people, we've known a lot of them throughout history, not as much as we'd like, but who are like, I am very good at making money, and yeah, I've got more money than I'll ever need or my grandkids will ever need. I'm going
I
to continue
need
to
that
make
my
money,
folds money
but
as
I'm going to
quickly
give it
as
away.
You said you're really good at making money?
No, I'm just saying the person who says, I'm really good at making money,
I had some reason.
Right.
I mean, I got maybe about $50.
There's a really good quote that I wanted to look up from this book. It's a really good book, by the way. If you're looking for a book to read, The Psychology of Money, that's definitely a book that I'm really reading right now. Where is that?
He's got his AOL.
I read it earlier. I'm trying to look it up.
You guys can always tell when
There you go.
I love these conversations we can have because there's a poker game going on.
I know. I'm sorry. Ace 4 calls. King Queen raises here.
This one's got some potential here.
Yeah. And Faker's going to go ahead and take it down with the King Queen there. I can't find it. But essentially, I think the most important thing when it comes to money is freedom and time, right? If you have the money, it allows you to do what you want with whoever you want, whenever you want, for as long as you want. And I think that's the number one thing. It's not about like cars and watches and amazing houses. At the end of the day, it's just freedom.
And actually, that's literally what it is. Non-inherited money is literally a representation of a chunk of your life. You traded some of your lifespan to get that money because you worked or whatever. It's an activity you didn't want to do. So it literally represents like, this is part of my life.
Yeah, good question there. You kind of let us down into a rabbit hole.
Oh, come on, Rogelio, do it. Do it. For the love of the game, do it. It's only $15. Oh, no, wait, 25. 25 still. You can do it.
I wish we were playing the game. Oh, he's going to get out
Oh,
of
he's
there. You probably told him seven deuce.
All right, speaking of which, it's time for me to gamble. Seth, do you want to go first or should I go first?
I looked at the chart. That's all that moment.
Yeah, we're gambling.
Now there's some back.
You first?
I'm not leaving this thinking here, dude.
All right. Well, I got mine queued up, so you tell me when.
15 years old.
Are y'all doing it?
I got to wait for our executive junior producer, Seth.
I had an A-track in my second car.
You see Ben's comment? That's so funny right here. They were talking about what's her name.
Oh, this is true. This is true.
What's kind of humorous is that
Yeah, and she, she was on the stream once here. Me and Aaron did the call
cassettes were
when she came over. Her popularity is definitely kind of blown up over the last couple of months. Uh-oh, King. Oh, this is a good hand here.
We do. And I'm in a hole with Seth. He just rolled a 91.
Ace Queen for Kobe.
I'm not beating a 91.
Kings for Rogelio. Kobe likely just to call this in position. And should see a flop. I don't see Kobe folding Ace Queen in position here, so he's going to go ahead and likely make the call. And we are waiting for the action tracker. There we go.
Having worked in higher ed, it is disturbing how many people ends up testing into remedial classes.
Pot is 322. Kobe is the effector stack with 554.
And everybody before the high school dropped the ball.
So for Kobe's sake, hopefully he doesn't hit a queen with top pair.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He does not. Rogelio's checking the stack, trying to figure out how much he has so he can make a continuation back here.
That might be a little bit too much.
Yeah.
I would have done about 130 to 140 here. Yeah.
Maybe even smaller than that with Kobe's size. Just make it really small to try to get the money in there on the turn, but Likely Rogelio is going to go ahead and take down that pot with the kings there and take it down.
Yeah, given Colby's stack, if you sense strength there, I might actually do that because then Colby, if he calls, he realizes this is a shove or fold, and I'm strong, so I'm gonna shove, and you can get all the money out of it. But I didn't get that. He probably didn't get that. I would have, yeah, maybe 110.
PM Poker Monkey says, I worked for years and years investing my money, and now I can pay my bills and go to TCH regularly. Life is good. Awesome. Good for you, man. That's definitely the dream for everyone. And do you go to the Austin TCH or the Dallas one, or which one do you go to? Let us know. Do we know each other? Sometimes it's like people on here, they're chatting, and I like know who they are, but I don't know who they are.
Do you want to see how to, if you do, where is it? It's, oh yeah, it's at the top, or there should be up there it is. If you do this, you can do pop out chat.
Okay.
That's right, that'll be $50.
Oh yeah, because I don't really need it on here. How do you make it bigger? Just go like
It's a
this.
window, just make it bigger.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I guess that is a little bit easier because then now I could just look at everything versus because I got the monitor here. Okay, ace queen again for Doug. Gonna raise it to 45. Noah with a 6-4 calling, and Rogelio with a 10-9 calling, and top pair there for Rogelio, and a 4 and a backdoor flush draw for Noah.
Check.
And Doug is gonna check as he completely whiffs here. We're gonna go check all the way around to the turn.
Check.
Rogelio's going to check again with top pair. Don't know what the turn is.
Looks to be a king, I think. You can sort of see down there.
Call. Heads up.
And,
It looks like Rogelio just folded the best.
okay, still don't know.
Oh, no, he
there
called.
he is, king and a jack. Rogelio called with his 9, and his 9 is still good. He's going to check it over, and now Doug has the only way to win this hand here is to bluff at it. He does have a queen in his hand, so he has a blocker to the straight, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and take the bluff here because he knows he can't win with ace high.
That's a nice meaty bet, pot size bet. Almost. More than pot size. Is that 4?
Yeah. Big overbet here. Only thing, it kind of smells a little bit like a bluff because hearts missed and a backdoor straight is not really likely. But it's going to work here, it looks like. Oh, nice. Oh, and Doug's going to be like,
for the love of the
I
game.
bluffed you. There you go, Doug. Good bluff there.
I just knew you didn't want me to call.
I mean, he bet the turn. So, I mean, Rogelio can obviously be worried about a king. He's not, I don't think he's worried about a jack. He's not worried about hearts. Obviously, hearts miss. And a backdoor straight is not really likely there. So, it's either king or a bluff catcher for Rogelio. And it was just too much for Rogelio. And so, there was actually a really good overbet by Doug. Go ahead and take down a pot and make it really, really hard and put pressure on your opponent to get it fold. So, good play by Doug there. And then he showed it. It's always nice when you show it. PM Poker Money says, I live in DFW. Got it. Used to live up there for a year. I went to freshman year. I went to UT Arlington for a year. Of college, not high school. Queen Jack suited for Faker. Gonna raise it up here.
Lottie's not calling ace-x suited.
Oh man, that's a 3-bet in my opinion. 3-bet squeeze. At least
Yeah,
for me.
that's either a squeeze or fold there.
Yeah.
I would have squeezed that, but I'm not a good player, so.
I feel like it's hard to enjoy a theme park in the middle of the year.
3 ways to the flop here. 4, 4, 6. Backdoor nut flush draw and a backdoor straight draw for Kobe. Another 6.
Got 2 pair.
Colby's liking that.
Yeah. And does not get there. Queen.
He's still good, though, I think. Oh, no, sorry, Faker has a queen.
Both got a queen, Faker and Rogelio. Let's see if Rogelio will make a call here. looks like he is going to get paid, but his kicker is not nearly as good. And he's like, oh, darn it, he's going to show it just to make sure, but the jack is going to win. And Faker chipping it back up to a little mistake earlier against 8 seat there.
Outpipping Rogelio.
Chip count, Lottie and Doug at the top, where Lottie essentially doubled up through a 2-barrel bluff from Faker. It's always nice when you essentially have the nuts and someone keeps betting into you.
Such a great feeling. It really is.
It really is. The funny part is sometimes you see folks on the stream and they have it and they play their hand fast when their other player is completely making the wrong move, and you just like scare them away completely. It's like, no, just call. Carlo, the chat pro, is here. Welcome, Carlo.
We got aces. Got American Airlines in seed 5 versus Ace Jack for Rogelio. Who's absolutely calling this. And yes, I was going to say, if you don't raise this, Rogelio. And he's about to give bad news.
Now, if it's heads up here, does Faker just want to call out of position to slow play, or does he want to come in for the 4-bet?
I'm big on the Texas tea brand.
Well, he essentially has to put them all in because Rogelio only has 535 behind.
Yeah.
Bread and basket.
And he didn't really put them all. I mean, you don't necessarily have to put them all in, but he doesn't really leave Faker with that much more. Hold on, is the stack wrong? Looks like he has a little bit more than that, like 4 or
He's
something.
got 3 in reds, and then it looks like some greens in front of him, so he might have a little bit more. Looks like he has 4 something.
And they check here.
Somebody there likes it.
Faker, you got to bet this now.
You can't do that at 7-Eleven.
And Faker should be looking at his stack here to try to get the money all in. And Rogelio did it for him. And Faker hasn't snap called yet. I mean, if you have aces, this is not that much more. This is a snap. You've already committed yourself. Looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4 something. He bet, what did he bet? 225?
225, yeah. Which I don't know why he's taking so long to think about this one. This is a snap call.
For sure. I
But,
mean, if he has kings or king jack, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's only 120 bucks. This is always a snap call. But
There we go.
yeah, there we go.
And Rogelio's going to be like, what took you so long? And Rogelio needs a jack, and it is not going to get there. And the aces are going to win.
Well, did we see? We still got to see the river.
It's a 2.
Oh, it's a 2. Yeah, sorry.
I see it on the corner there, but it's not on the action tracker yet. There you go. 2 of spades, so aces are still good here. I'm not sure. I don't think Faker was trying to slow roll there. I think he just wanted to know how much it actually was.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because if you can tell by the way Faker was betting there, he didn't know what Rogelio had. You know what I mean? He didn't know his stack was. So even though we knew and we were looking, it was 535 or something like that. Like, I mean, he has like the hoodie and everything. He wasn't looking that way at all. So he heard all in. He's like, oh my God, does he have 1,000?
Yeah, he's the guy in the Dead Mouse costume.
Yeah.
Or Daft Punk, one of the 2.
I can't play poker like that. I've actually never played poker with the hoodie. I know that's like the thing, especially with tournament players. But
I can't do it either.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I've never played poker with a hoodie or glasses, and the only time I'll do it with the headphones, if someone from a headphone list is on the table. You know, do you have a headphone list?
No. Well, I know what you're talking about.
like-
There's a few people. I don't see them terribly often
Yeah.
anymore. But
It's
yeah.
like the folks that just
Yeah.
every hand got to say something. You know, it's like.
Well, I'll do this like this is the lamest thing I'm ever going to say. But if I'm playing cards somewhere where I don't know a lot of people and it's kind of a boring table, but good game, but nobody's talking, I'll put the headphones in and put on just like classical music just to kind of relax and just sit there and be like, I'm going to let this wash over me and give me some cards.
So look at this, JTN 1968 said, David and David, come to Dallas for the Chat Pro meetup game on August 24th. It said that Aaron and Lottie are going.
That's like 6 months from now.
Yeah.
I don't even know if I'm going to be alive in 6 months.
I didn't even know that was going on. You know, maybe we'll go. That sounds fun.
Yeah, actually.
I don't mind, you know, meeting and playing, you know, with some folks.
There's one time after one of these streams.
Trying to represent that King Jack.
You know, if the two of us are up there on a Tuesday or Wednesday, we can go back break into the booth and kick Ben out and just take over for a little bit.
That would be fun. That would be fun.
I would actually like that. Those games would be a blast to call.
You know, maybe if we do go up there, you know, we try to set some up with Ben and them, and we'd be like, hey, we'll go and we'll do a Dallas stream.
Oh, yeah, or Dallas versus Austin stream,
Yeah.
like tag team sort of thing. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Either play in it or commentate it.
Yeah.
I don't mind. It'd be fun. We got a bomb pot here.
Ben, if you hear that, David just threw the gauntlet down.
Friendly game.
Capable of doing more than one.
That's he said April 24th. Okay, you're way off there.
I thought that the comment, it said AUG 24 AUG.
No, he said August, but then he typed in. You know, they both start with A.
Okay,
You know?
gotcha.
a bunch of preset games.
Yeah,
Like,
April
it actually-
24th. That was like August. That's
actually
really long.
do
Way.
a lot of the,
Who made that up? I
normal
wonder,
games,
like,
games you could win a bracelet in.
you know, we're not employees here. We
Whether
just
the
do this for
scanners wanna
fun, you know.
cooperate is a
So
different matter. Like, we actually tried to shoot a mixed game last year.
yeah, I don't mind.
And the cards were almost never
April
scanned.
24th.
Oh, you know, the two of us could do the whole storm into TCH Dallas and be like, don't you know who I am?
That was
I'd love to do that.
share that with all.
We got twos full for Mr. Lottie.
Aces for Rick here. Kings for Stein. Hearts also for Lottie, but he has twos full, so it doesn't matter. Don't know what Kobe has. His cards are not scanned in. But he only, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kobe's stack is not correct. Lottie's going to put them all in here. And Rick is...
I'm drawing to one out.
Kobe's doing it.
No reaction.
He has the mystery hand. We could see tens full under there. We could see fives full of deuces.
So it looked like Kobe probably has about tens. They have tens full.
I got a set and I got a flush.
my bet
and I
is
will.
fives
I
full
got
or
a vote,
something.
I got a flush. How much?
Oh, no. So I don't know what Kobe has. Well, when you have a boat and we have trick queens and someone's betting into you, it's a good day.
990.
990. I think that's a
It
thousand.
looks like he just turned over, looks like king something. Oh, he has tens. Okay, so he's got tens full.
Jack of hearts.
Oh, so
There we go.
oh, okay.
So Mr. Ben Miney just brought up something in chat that he was talking about on the stream the other night when I was watching and chatting with him.
I was so confused there. I was like, oh, Lottie won because I didn't see his hand. There it is. Okay. Tens full. So Kobe won.
He brought up, he made me aware of an absolutely beautiful variant that he calls Omajack that I absolutely want to play someday.
Omajack.
It's a 5-card PLO, and it's a split pot game, but with one board. And the best PLO hand wins half the pot, and the other half goes to the person who makes the best blackjack hand with their other 3 cards.
Really?
Yeah. I really want to play this, really badly.
So we have a super chat here from JTN 1968, excuse me. Autocorrect on my computer gets carried away. April and August? Autocorrect? Well, we're trying to. Oh, they're trying to get them. Come on up. We're trying to get Aaron and Lottie to come too. Oh, I thought you already had them going. We need to drag Carolyn along too. Cool. I mean, as long as TCH Austin gives us, first class, jet to fly up there, that'd be great. Just a little 45-minute flight.
I'm going to need that, yeah. Like in a corporate jet, I'm going to need that limo service.
Seth can be our little stewardess. You know, because he makes drinks for people on the stream. He can make drinks for us on the plane. You know. Queen Jack, top pair here for Rick. 4 ways to the flop here: 10-9, 7-5, and King 9.
Yeah, that was
Gary C is in the building. Everyone's favorite chatter.
I'm like, does he really have a 9 or a 5 here, like in a 3-bet?
We have not seen requests for the VPIP, if possible. For some reason, we never get the VPIP. It was?
Yeah, that was.
Is that a does the chip count come automatically?
I'm done. No, I'm done.
But the VPIP doesn't?
I mean, I think the question everybody's asking is, I want to know if Lottie's above the Lottie line.
All right.
Okay, he is.
Yeah,
Ben said, we'll get you to TCH Shaggin' Wagon.
I will not be riding in that. I love you, man, but I'm not doing that with
That's
you.
funny.
They do have, there's that nice luxury bus service. Takes you right downtown Austin to Northfield. It's like $80 away, but like nice big seats. They make drinks and everything. I might just do that.
I feel like Aaron does that a lot. I don't have the guts to do it.
A6 for Doug.
And don't know what Optimize has, but he's going to continue.
I don't either, but I bet there's a king under there.
I played with him once.
Or at least that's what he's trying to say.
I mean, it's a long-standing Texas
That's
tradition
funny.
for the owner of the
Chase was
club
at my
to dump
table
money
at
on
the
the
lot
games.
of the tournament. It was so funny. I'm like, Chase.
The previous
He like
owners
walked
of
around.
the
man.
I love that, man.
Well, thanks for telling us. Let's see. What's April?
April 24th.
I mean, I would say likely I probably couldn't go, but. Oh, that's a Sunday. I don't know what I'm doing that weekend, but I thought it was a Thursday, but that's a Sunday. So. Maybe.
generosity.
We'll see. We'll talk about it. But all the chat pros can come over here, and we don't have to drive. No, it's fine.
It's true.
We got to go to TCH Dallas at some point.
We do.
I've just been avoiding the drive. I try to drive as minimal as possible,
Which is why I will be taking a bus if I go up there. I'm going to ride that luxury bus.
especially with gas prices now.
Yeah.
Ricky can take us in his Tesla. There you go. Ace 10 suited. He's going to come in for the raise here for Doug.
Make it 175.
And a pretty 9-7 suited.
Ooh, deuces. I hate deuces.
Optimize is going to get out of the way.
Yeah, I played last week.
And Rick is going to go ahead and get out of the way as well. And Doug is going to, he's going to show it again.
I had a couple clubs myself, so.
That's pretty solid. Anybody's like, what, 30 or 100? It's still fun.
Let's rent a party bus to carry all of TCH Austin folks up to Dallas.
I'm cool with that.
That would be fun. And do it on the day where when they have the city council meeting, we just all roll up. You know, that'd be kind of fun. Save Dallas Poker. Save Dallas Poker. I forget when is that next meeting. It's probably up on that website, but
Fired the
the save
PLO and both
SaveDallasPoker.com.
Today's 35.
The 22nd of March. So if you want to join in person on Tuesday at 10:30 a.m., you can. And there's the local news has picked it up in that area. So go ahead and check it out. 8-7 suited for Noah, King Queen off for
Get him out there
Lottie.
eventually.
And Lottie has a gutter, and Noah has a backdoor club draw.
Backdoor spade to offer, well, not anymore.
8 or a 7, and not going to get there. And now Body has second pair. He's going to go ahead and bet. And Noah's just going to quickly get out of the way. I mean, how's the traffic now in Dallas? I mean, Austin is, Austin's Austin. But, I mean, I'm from San Antonio, and I was in San Antonio this past weekend. And just appreciate even when I was growing up there, just how many different highways that there are to drive. Whereas Austin, it's like 35, low pack, and 183 is you got that coming across, but it's up and coming on the east side now. And then you got the big one over there.
Well, the big difference here is Austin doesn't have a true loop highway around.
We need loops.
Yeah.
I think potentially they would. Eventually, the problem is you got the water that goes through, and with the Pennyback Bridge, like I don't think you can ever really make 360 a loop. You know what I mean? 'Cause it looks like, if you look at the maps, it looks like it wants to create a loop, but I don't know if we'll ever truly get there. They just did not plan for this.
They're it's circuitous a little bit, but 360 to Ben White that you can take to 183, and then 183 up to 360. You can loop around the city. It's just there's stoplights. One of the things I've always loved about Austin, I've lived here, 22 years now, is when I first got here, it took me a little bit to realize it, but driving up and down Mopac, it felt weird. I grew up in Chicago, and it felt like a weird highway. I'm like, why is this pretty? Why am I liking this? And then I realized, like a month into it, I'm like, well, there's no billboards anywhere. There's a statute, Lady Bird Johnson. On purpose on Mopac, there can be no advertisements. Which
I didn't know that.
I like.
There's also no room either.
Yeah.
What I love about Mopac, especially when it's late, I can fly down there because the cops can't chill anywhere. It's surrounded by neighborhoods. Ace Jack here for Kobe is going to raise it up.
And Lottie's going to call this with Queen 10. $30. You got to defend that one.
Doesn't look like he wants to, but I think he knows he has to.
It's not a bad call. He is out of position, but
it was effectively putting him in.
Queen, that's queen. King 2-6. Both players with ace high, still good. Gonna bet and fold.
easy to get away from.
And Kobe's gonna go ahead and take down a small little pot there. If you haven't done so, please go ahead and hit that like button and also subscribe. Definitely helps the channel. On the way to 50K here soon.
You got to say smash that like button.
Smash.
Yeah.
What did I say?
You said hit the like button.
Oh, hit.
And the question I have for you is,
Smash
I've done
sounds
this a
better.
few times now. When do I get to do the live read ad for Raid Shadow Legends or Skillshare or NordVPN? I really want to do that.
We're also assuming he's not sitting there with double suited aces that have.
Speaking of live ads, we haven't talked about all the restaurants we normally talk about.
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't know that, honestly.
Tell TCH Poker.
That was a possible holding.
Ben, BM Poker Money says, Ben, tell TCH that Mug Night necessities 3, 4, 5 tables.
Got change available.
King 10 here for Stein. Deuces for Noah. I've seen deuces a couple of times in this game. 8, 8, 5. And a bet and a fold. And go to get out of the way. Stein's been a little quiet. We haven't seen much from Stein, but I don't think he's had that much to begin with anyway.
Yeah, it feels like he's been a little card dead.
It's always kind of sucks when you're on a stream and you just don't get any cards.
Yeah.
You know, I think in that situation, if you're on stream, people are watching, you just gotta, I wouldn't say force it, but I think you just gotta play a little bit more aggressive than normal. You know what I mean? To kind of get in there and just take down pots.
Normally when I do these, if I'm card dead or the game's kind of boring, I'll do stupid straddles or, you know, try and at least liven up the game a little bit. Because it's not about the players, it's about you, the viewer. Which, by the way, if you haven't liked and subscribed yet, you should go ahead and do that. Man, that was good. Ooh.
Ace king for Doug here. Gonna raise it up to 30. Gonna get a quick call by Noah with ace 9 suited. And Stein's gonna call with the ace jack. Could have raised there, but decided just to call out of position. Queen, queen, 10. Gutter ball for Doug and also Stein.
I think everybody kind of likes that flop.
A little bit. Also a gutter for Noah, but he's gonna get out of the way here.
Fold and a call.
No, never mind. My apologies. And we're gonna go heads up here. 7 on the turn. Ace king still in the lead here.
Check.
Stein's gonna check it over.
Check. And check showdown.
Oh, we were already at the river. Action tracker's been a little behind. I thought we were still on the turn. And we went a real quick check on the river there. And ace high from Doug is gonna go ahead and take down a small little pot. Is Rogelio still in the game, right? Oh, there he is. Okay. I was like, I didn't see him there. 2.5K for Faker.
Ben, I will not be saying that. That's not really. That wouldn't sound authentic coming from me. And if I'm anything, it's authentic.
That's funny. Every time I say that, I feel like I'm a YouTuber. Because any YouTube I say, they always say the same thing. You know, I actually like the YouTubes where they just have like little things that pop up, like bing, you know, instead of actually saying hit the like button, they just have a little graphic that comes up, bing, bing.
There's
you
a
know?
new trend I'd like to see in some of them where they've been doing when they do the live read, because they know everybody fast forwards through them. They have a little animation on the bottom that will advance and reach the end of the screen when the ad's over, so you know when to stop fast forwarding.
And
Yes.
there once or twice.
I like that as well.
And that's a nice action flop for both of them. They both got top
5,
pair.
10, 20,
Although
160. You have to get just the right people.
I suspect whoever comes hardest at this on the turn is going to take it down because neither of them like
And
their
then give
kicker.
me aces playing.
Ace 5 versus ace 3.
Check.
4.
Easiest shove ever.
Now, now they both have a gutter.
Bet.
No, excuse me. I don't know what I'm looking at the chat and then looking at this. No gutter there. Ace 5, still good for now. Let's see if we can get a chop pot here.
Check.
And we do. Everybody loves chop pot. Not really.
No, it's boring.
It's very boring, especially in the bomb pots. That's the only thing that sucks about double board bomb pots, is you chop so much.
Yeah, you're like, I just put $6,700 in the middle to make $35.
Like the thing is,
Yeah.
like there are.
Why am I playing this game?
That's the only bad
Only
thing.
doing
That's
that.
that's why when sometimes you play with folks that play the bomb pots a little too aggressively. Like the strategy of the double board is you want to have like 3-4 players in there at the
Yeah.
river, not just 2, because then you're likely you're like, I feel like it's almost like 75% of the time you're chopping with the other player and you're just playing a heads-up game with 2 boards and y'all could both be playing different boards so no one's folding. But if you have a 3rd or 4th player in there, you're essentially going to be splitting their money.
And don't get me wrong, I want everybody to be bad at playing bomb pots, but if there's one part of that strategy that I want everybody to get better at, it's like you're playing bridge with your partner. Like, look, I'm making a small bet. Do not raise me. If you got the other half, do not raise me. Can't communicate, but we want all these guys in. We got kings here for Doug.
Doug's going to raise it up here. A pretty 7-5 suited for Noah is going to go ahead and
And
get
no
out of there.
action.
You know, I don't mind, you know, at times calling with the little suited connectors there when someone's raising me up, especially someone, not saying that Doug does this, but someone that I know that only raises with big hands, big cards. And when the flop comes little and small and it hits my range and it completely misses theirs, but they still think that they're good, it's Kind of like a strategy that Daniel Negreanu used to use all the time in his younger days. Probably still does. Queen Jack suited for Noah here.
Oh, and Faker folds the nuts. When will people learn? Deuce 4 is always the nuts.
Rick here with pocket fours, kind of raise it up here on the button. 9-8 off. He's going to get out of the way, as well as Doug. And Noah will come in. We're going to go heads up here. Easy call out of position with the hand you definitely want to see a flop with from Noah.
Classic flip, too. I love it.
Open ender for Noah, so good flop for him. Obviously 3 cards you're slightly worried about if you're Doug. Not as much as 6, but the 10 and the 9. But Doug is going to continue. He showed no fear on this stream. Or excuse me, Rick. I don't know why I said Doug.
I mean, that's a good flop for 4s. That's a really good flop for 4s. Maybe they have a 10, maybe they have a 9. Oh, well, I'm still betting that if I'm on the button every single time. Looks like he's about to get raised. Maybe.
Well, remember Noah earlier in the stream, he raised with a gut shot. So if he's raising with a gut shot, I can see him raising with an open ender. And he's going to make this a little bit bigger to 160. Likely.
Min click.
Yeah. I mean, it's so small, I think Rick can stay in, but I think Rick knows he's potentially behind. It's a very straighty board. I mean, could Noah have 8-7 here? Maybe. Would he raise with 8-7? Likely not, with not a flush draw out there. He's going to go ahead and get out of the way. And Noah's going to take it down. But some folks may play 8-7 there a little fast, try to get more money in the pot. But if there's not a flush draw there, you're just scaring away a weaker hand in that situation.
Yeah, 8-7 I would not raise there.
No.
Smooth call that.
But some people would. Some people would.
Again, Ben, nice try. You're not making this happen, buddy. You got to give me something better to say. I'm not saying that one either.
What is he trying to do?
Well, if I say it, I will have said it. I'm not saying it.
Apparently, they're going to start a Discord. I just recently got Discord on my phone. I feel so old. Are you on Discord? Do they still use Discord? Do they use that in the startup world, or is it still Slack?
It's all Slack.
Still Slack?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a couple places I know that there's a couple other solutions, but it's
Kings for Faker.
by
I
and
have to
large
admit,
Slack.
I don't miss that at all. Just getting pinged all day from Slack. I don't miss that at all. It's literally all day, all day, all day. And let's see if Faker, excuse me, coming all the way around.
What do you got, Colby? Ace Jack. Oh yeah. That's
Go with the Ace Jack. No one really raising with the Ace Jack today. Just calling with the Ace Jack. And we're going to go 3 ways to the flop here. What did you say?
I was just saying 3 ways.
Oh, 4? No, yeah, 3 ways. There you go. 2 hearts, 8, 6, Jack. Top pair there for Kobe. So Kobe's definitely going to stay in here. Well, Rogelio may as well, as
And
he
he's
has.
open-ended.
Yeah, he is an open-ended.
And blocks hearts. And it's only $50. Yeah. Little does he know.
He takes like 6 minutes.
Now, does Kobe want to just call this with, he has backdoor hearts, a top pair, top kicker. He can easily raise as well.
I was going to say this is definitely a raise if I'm him.
And he is going to protect his hand from hearts, even though he has a heart blocker. Now, if you're Faker, you just want to call and give up the betting lead, or do you want to protect your hand and raise it up even more? Let's see what he does here. He did get stacked earlier, and it looks like he is going to come in for the raise. The pot is getting a little juicy. Now, what does Rogelio want to do with a backdoor straight flush draw and also an open ender? He's like, what do you got?
This is less. This is like 1.5 to 1. For me, this is a pretty straightforward fold here. Because your implied odds are not great. All you can do is make a straight here.
Yeah. I mean, he also he has a 9 in his hand, so he's blocking some hearts. He has to be slightly worried about that.
I think we can both agree this is absolutely not a call. This
No,
is either
it's a
raise or
jam fold. Yeah,
Yeah.
he only has 1.1 behind, so
Wasn't looking,
now
but I'll know in 15 minutes.
what does Kobe want to do?
This is the tricky one. Let's see if he can smell it out.
He's
Vic-
definitely not going to go all in. So it's either a call, which makes it a little bit easier for being in position, but also with Faker, he raised it up pre-flop, so queens, kings, aces are all up in his range there. So
Jacks as well, although he blocks jacks.
yeah, he
but
blocks
still.
jacks, so it's unlikely there. So kings, queens, and aces is what he's potentially worried about. He's blocking hearts as well, but I mean, just saying it on his face here, I think he's likely going to get away.
I mean, the only thing in Faker's range that he doesn't beat is ace, king, or tens.
Yeah, good fold there by Kobe. And Kobe will see it later, knowing that he made a good fold. It's a good fold there, Kobe. He was obviously frustrated with that fold, but he made the right read and got out of the way. So good fold there. And so some folks stay there with top, backdoor flush draw. They'll stay in there, and then another bet comes on the turn. And you're just like, well, that turn card didn't change anything. You know what I mean? But
Why the hell did I call that flop?
right,
Yeah.
you're still behind kings, queens, and aces there. So good fold there by Kobe.
Well, it's like our friend Aaron always says on the stream. You got to have a plan. Always have a plan.
Always have a plan in anything you do, for that matter. You ever try to go work out and you have no idea what you're doing? You just kind of waste time.
Yeah, sometimes.
Try not to.
You get a little bit out of it because you're actually doing something, but you feel like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we both had the times where you're like, I just need to get some stress out. I don't care if it's a good workout.
Yeah.
I just want to go move things.
Let me know in the chat. I know that was a good fold, but if you were in Kobe's situation, what are you doing? A, are you folding? B, are you calling? Or C, are you just ripping it? You're like, I got top. I'm going all in for 2K. Which would be the worst possible situation, I think.
Yeah. God hates a coward. I'm all in. Oh,
Damn.
I just lost.
He has kings. 4 ways to the flop here. Queen 8 from Faker. Top pair, marginalized kicker is currently good. Backdoor straight draw as well.
Oh, now,
Open ender now.
yeah.
And he's going to lead. No, excuse me. Faker's going to check. He's going to lead into this. And Faker's going to call. Ace, king, or a 9 for Rahilio, and does not get there. Faker's going to go ahead and check as he has showdown value. He also has an 8 that blocks the straight there.
That is not nearly big enough for a bluff.
No, I think he's going to get a crying call here, and Rogelio's like, damn it. I got king high.
Yeah, you want to bluff that, you got to make it at least
Yeah,
pot size.
and Faker is chipping back up from being down earlier. Caitlin Kamensky is in the chat. How you doing, Caitlin?
Oh, hey, Caitlin. Haven't seen you in a while. Why is my chat not refreshed?
Plays on been playing the 5-10 on this stream more recently. Oh wow, does Lottie have the $20 straddle?
Wait, what is wrong with the
He
my
must
God.
have lost a bet. I've never seen this before. Look, even the dealer had to check. Hold on. Oh, he has? Oh, I haven't seen it.
Is he drunk? Has he been drinking? Is that a double straddle? That's a double straddle, I think.
I know, I think he just raised it.
Oh, it's just a raise. That's a shame.
And Kobe's going to raise it up with the ace-queen suited. Good play here.
Raise. All in.
Ace-king for Lottie. He's just going to jam. For 1.3. Oh, and Kobe
Sound.
calls with well, he
one
only
you
has
got.
781. So
Biggest ones you have, please.
oh, flush draw for Kobe. Oh, and he got there.
Fuck me.
And Kobe, and he got there again. And Kobe is going to double up with the nuts.
Yep.
Or not the nuts. 4-5 of spades would be the nuts, but second nuts,
Effective now.
effective
He's
nuts.
king.
Yeah. I mean, it was the right play there by Lottie with his with Kobe's stack with only 7 something. You know, he raised it up to 175 with ace king. Just got to get it all in there. Got it in the
I
head.
was going to lose to him.
But Kobe got him again, got him in the bomb pot, and got him in that hand heads up. So
I just
Lottie
needed,
is not able
red
to beat
cards.
Kobe
That's what I
today.
needed. Red cards that were,
You got all black.
red cards that were not queens. Clubs would have also been acceptable.
You're adding 800? C2 is adding 800.
4 clubs would have been fine.
I'm going to do this because I like her, and it's a pretty damn good podcast. I'm going to pimp Caitlin's podcast right here, right now. It's called
yeah.
Texas Poker Experience. You can find it on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts, on Google Podcasts, on whatever podcast app you use. It's actually pretty damn good.
Who's the guy she does it with?
Oh, God, I forget his name. Really nice guy. I've met him a few times.
He plays poker?
He plays poker. He builds poker tables, too.
Oh, I think he's that guy. Okay.
Yeah, really great guy.
Because I've never personally seen him play with them or seen him at the card rooms. But so when I first saw it, I was like, who's that guy? But once you said he builds poker tables, I was
Yeah.
like, oh, okay. Like I know. I've heard of that company. Yeah, always willing to support a local poker player here. Let's go ahead and check it out. Maybe Caitlin could be the next Joe Rogan. How crazy is that? You know, Joe Rogan just randomly started, you know, that just randomly with his friends smoking weed and telling jokes, and now it's like the biggest platform. Not even podcast, just like the biggest platform in the world. I think they get more views than any major news outlet, as they should.
Most of them combined, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They,
I mean, love 'em or hate
they're
'em.
allowed to speak their mind on that, you know.
I'm not a regular listener, but the fact that I love the fact that there's a platform that is like, look, we'll bring anybody on. Because doesn't mean I agree, doesn't mean I disagree.
Yep.
But here are interesting people that people should know.
Discussion and conversation and dialogue. That's what the world's unfortunately getting away from.
Yeah.
And we got Optimize has excuse me, has a gutter now and also nut hearts. It's gonna go ahead and continue. Noah had a pair of 7s, and King 9 from Rick is likely gonna get out of the way here.
I like that bet. And that's why you bet the flush and gutter draw here, because you want to get that 7 out.
And Optimize, I believe that's his first pot. I can't remember, but I believe that may be his first
Could
pot.
be. He's not had a lot of action
we're going to
tonight.
have to work our way down.
Right, Kobe in the lead here, and Faker at 3K. Optimize and Rogelio down there with just under what they bought in for. But we're only almost 2 hours in, so we're about halfway through. So this game can definitely get a little bit thicker, especially if we see some firepower there from the big
I might
stacks
get
of
ace
Kobe
queen, want to put it in hand.
and Faker. Everybody's talking about the meetup game now. So,
Yeah, it's there.
so who organized this?
I mean,
Whose idea came up with the meetup game?
I don't know. I mean, it could be just like a long con to get us all there, so like we can all get kidnapped or something. That's what I'm expecting.
Caitlin said, David DLP, referring to me, promise you love me half as much as you love Joe Rogan. For sure. I definitely give you a lot more hugs than I do Joe Rogan. But if I saw Joe Rogan, I'd give him a hug.
I would absolutely hug Joe Rogan.
Dude, Joe Rogan is like how a lot of my buddies are, man. Like, I would love to hang out with that guy. It would be so much fun.
I'd be like, hey, Joe, do you want to talk about chimpanzees for like a half hour? And he'd be like, yeah, Jamie, pull that up. You know, they can rip your face off.
I mean, just imagine having a drink, having a cigar, going out and shooting guns, crossbow. I mean, just outdoors, working out. It's like everything I'm interested in. It's like it's super fun. There's like deer that are always by my house, and I'm like, oh, I wish I had a crossbow right now. But the city of Austin would totally get on me.
Texas Fish and Game Wildlife would also. What you just described, my friend, is a pretty serious felony.
Yeah.
And we do not admit to crimes.
When we were
on this
younger,
stream.
my uncle used to like the deer that he just went out and hunted. He'd hang it up on his tree in just a regular neighborhood and just like do it right then and there. I'm like, wow.
I'm gonna blame it on you. I'm gonna blame it on you and y'all have like 3/4 as much. Well, you didn't even drink out of the next lot. Second one. I thought it was great. We put a little.
Kobe and Faker still at the top of the leaderboard there.
Oh, I forgot to mention, Caitlin, that will be $150. That's my going rate.
You know, I was a podcast guest a couple of years back, and it was really fun. My buddy had some like, I can't remember what it was called. He doesn't do it anymore, but it was like millennial, something about like millennials and like entrepreneurship and money and stuff like that. And him and his buddy did it, and it was really, really fun. It was really fun. So, I mean, what Joe Rogan just has like, that's just a cool life, man. You get to talk to some of the most interesting people in the world. Did you see the guy he just had on recently? It's have you seen the Netflix movie or documentary or whatever? It's called Peaks.
About to admit something that everyone's going to rip
You don't
into
have
me.
Netflix?
I don't have Netflix. Haven't had it for years.
Oh, okay. Not a bad thing. I don't have anything else. I don't have Hulu or any of the other ones. We only have Netflix because we get it free through family. That's how cheap I am. But anyways, if you ever did see it, it's called Peaks. This guy, it's pretty freaking incredible. So he climbs like the top 14 highest mountains in the world. And they're like all there in like the kind of Middle East area.
Yeah.
Like the ones in Colorado and Alaska are
They're
like
nothing. Yeah.
nothing compared to these.
Yeah.
And it's just absolutely insane. And so I saw it on Instagram that he came down and he talked to Joe Rogan about it. And those are some of the stories that I love to listen to the most. It's like people you would never hear of otherwise, and they come and they tell their story. It's just wild. It's crazy.
I'm big into history podcasts for the past few years where just like, because history is such a fascinating topic, and it's not even like big political history, just like, hey, we're going to talk for an hour and a half about the first successful Antarctic expedition and what happened to them and how did they do it and what was it like. It's fascinating.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, you're not wrong. Like that side of the table.
Notice I said for successful, not the first one, because the first one, they all died. Same with the second one.
Fives here for Rogelio. Rick with the 4-3
4-3
suited is going to go ahead and call. And Colby's going to raise it up with nines. King 9 suited for Doug.
I would call this King 9 suited.
Only problem is he has 2 players behind him, so that's
Yeah.
the only bad fall. Because if he puts 60 in there, then he gets re-raised. It's pretty much just lighting $60 on fire.
Yeah, but that's fun. Why play this game if you're not going to set money on? Are you supposed to win money playing this?
There's creatures in New Jersey.
10-10-7 on the flops here. 9 still good. Backdoor flush draw for Rick. Pair of 5s for Rogelio. So on that board, Kobe has got to think that he's good. He's not worried about jacks or better, and it's unlikely that someone has a 10 there. And Kobe's going to continue and likely take this down unless Rick wants to get spicy, which with 4-3, I don't see him staying in here. And he will get out of the way, and he will take it down.
Is there hair on it?
Trying to read the chat here.
Ruth Chris. What? Is Caitlin taking us to Ruth Chris? I'm in.
I'm in. Of the bone-in ribeye and a bottle of Silver Oak.
Who's paying for this? Caitlin. Caitlin's paying for this. She told us on the chat. You know,
She did. You put it on her tab.
everybody knows about the chat.
I will have your most expensive food stuffed with your second most expensive food.
Have you ever been in that situation when you go to like a business dinner or whatever, and someone else is paying for it, and like you don't want to get the most expensive thing in the
Yeah.
middle. Like, you don't want to be that guy. And then the guy right next to you is like, I'll get the prime rib. The 18 ounce, please.
The glass of Macallan 25, please. Yeah. And it depends too. If you're with clients or like, it depends, right? Like if you know the expense account, we're all grown ups. Like you're meant to have a nice dinner, but don't go crazy.
Yeah.
Not getting cooler this time.
But we all know the nines again for Kobe.
Wow.
He's gonna have nines twice here. So
Oh, that's
king queen for Rogelio, and Faker's gonna get in there. Or excuse me, Noah's gonna get in there with the queen jack suited, and Faker gonna get in there as well. Hold on, it just changed on me. There it is, ace 8 suited, and everyone is gonna whiff here.
Oh, Rogelio's got a flush draw.
Oh yeah, excuse me. Rogelio has a flush draw. Noah is going to lead.
Backdoor wheel for. Oh, you never fold the backdoor wheel.
Raise all in.
Then all in with the flush draw. Nine's likely to get out now. But interesting play by Noah there. Just queen jack 2 over. It's just going to lead into 3 players.
I like this move from Rogelio, by the way, a lot. I mean, clearly he's got the equity for it and he knows it.
Yeah, with his stack, that's really the only thing he had to
Yeah.
do anyway. If he's deeper, he can just call and maybe try to get another player in to build a pot. But Kobe has an overpair, and he's trying to figure out if he's good here. He knows one of these players has a flush draw. He doesn't have a diamond in his hand, so he isn't blocking any of the flushes. And I think this is probably a snap from Kobe if Noah wasn't behind him. But the fact that no one's behind him, that's what he's somewhat worried about, because it's not playing for 801, it's playing for 1.1K essentially. So does he want to play for 1.1K because that's what Noah has behind, or does he, or plus the 1.1 plus the 275, excuse me, or does he want to just get out of the way right now?
Thing is, if he knew what he has,
And there you go, he rips
yeah,
it.
I was gonna say, if I think he smelled it out. If you know where everybody's at,
Yeah.
it's a shove from Kobe too.
And
Like,
now
let's
Noah,
just take
and
this
Noah
head
just
up.
light 275 on fire.
Yeah.
Flush draw versus overpair
3 times, 2 times.
3 times. No, two or less.
Don't do it 3.
That's too many times.
That's my hand, but I'll negotiate the.
Can we do it
Try-
42 times? No, you can't. Actually, well, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna run it twice. Running it twice.
This should. I feel like this should always be like a survey. You know, like, all right, who's doing once, who's doing twice. You know, think about the amount of time that we can save, dude. King got there. King again. Okay, so those are 2 of his outs. Still has 1 king left, some queens and some diamonds. Does not get it there. So we're gonna chop this baby up here. Nines take the bottom, and the king's gonna go ahead and take the top.
And I'm going to step away for a second. And I know all of you are going to miss me. Everybody's going to be asking where I am. But I'll be right back.
If you can you give me one of the little water? The water was being weird. No, sir. That's it. Thank you.
Let's see. I'll take the 5 minutes.
All right. Just me by myself here for a little bit while David
Take all your bits.
gets a snack break and brings us some, or bring me some water. And Rogelio and Colby are going to go ahead and chop that pot
Are you doing the add-on, sir?
as they're going to run it twice.
100?
You know, how do you guys decide if you like to run it once or twice? You know, some it's situational, some like to run it once if they're behind, or twice if they're ahead, just in case they don't get snapped by someone behind. I think 95% of the time I'm running it once. With Chase, I'm always running it twice because he's super crazy action and he always wants to run it twice. So happy to help him out there. How do you guys determine that? I'm curious.
10, live 20.
4-3 for Rogelio here. Gonna go ahead and get out of the way. Cayman saying Noah feeling creative. That was definitely a creative play there. 2 overs, I'm leading into 3 players. Jack's gonna go ahead and get out of the way here. Stein raising it up. Been kind of quiet today on the stream, but he's going to raise it up with the queen jack offsuit. And no one had anything really good enough to give him a call, so he's going to go ahead and take that pot down. 3.9 for Kobe. Kobe's been on a little bit of a run here. Been running pretty well there. Obviously, if they ran it twice, he would have a little chunk of the stack would have gone over there to Mr. Rogelio. But they ran it twice. Just reduces variance. Doesn't change much other than that.
What do you think about the They have like one that's
Now everyone's getting me hungry talking about in the chat here M&Ms and I mean Doug got a Reese's shirt on. Kit Kat, when I do eat chocolate, that's probably one of my favorites. And Crunch.
I haven't found a Reese's I don't like.
Crunch for sure. 10's here for Lottie.
If the room temperature
He's going to raise it up here. Rogelio is just going to limp in to the 10. Action on Rick with the ace-10. Folding all the way around. And faking guts kings again. He's going to go ahead and raise it up here for the straddle.
the pretzel one's not bad.
250 from out of position with two players.
It's like a salty pizza. It's another version of the big one.
I think 10s is too strong to fold. Lottie's going to go ahead and give a call, which is giving me odds for Rick to come in to see a flop, but he doesn't really have the best hand.
It's one of the things I regret. I didn't go to Hershey when I lived
Jaywin's in the building.
2 hours away. I mean, I
If you
wouldn't
guys
go
don't
get
follow
another
Jaywin, he's been posting today about doing his YouTube video in the background. So check that out when it comes. What's up, Jaywin?
Do I hear Jaywin's in the chat?
Yeah, Jaywin's in the chat.
Great guy. I cannot beat him. I literally cannot beat Jaywin. Every time I play him, he always wins.
Oh, check all in call. And Lottie is going to see the bad news here. 10s versus kings. And he doesn't like it and just going to throw the chips at him. Not something I would recommend to do. You're going to lose at poker sometimes. So just always come in to know that sometimes you're just going to lose.
Good hands. Really giving me the short ends of the deck tonight. Yeah.
Jaywin said, just started my first day of work. I think he's talking about his own YouTube. And everyone's like, congrats on the job, Jaywin. But Jaywin hired himself, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Jaywin, if you're looking for a job, you let me know. I'm actually deadly serious about that.
I don't think Jaywin's looking for a job.
You would think so, but no. I mean,
Live 10 straddle.
doesn't seem to be wetting up yet.
What about me, man? I can program. I know how to turn computers on.
All right.
Fine.
All right.
If I can play solitaire all day, I'll do it.
No, that's my job.
I'm free to go to Houston the way I'm running.
Oh, the startup game. Some parts I miss, some parts I don't.
I'm still doing it because I love it. I get to work with a bunch of really great, smart people
Oh, trust me.
and solve awesome problems.
Oh, yeah. It's fun for sure. Jaywin Poker says, hi, DD. I don't know if that means David Penny or David and David.
I don't know, but it's double D.
Double D.
We're the double D
Double D,
experience
yeah.
here.
Come on, get it right, Jaywin. Get it right. Ace King here.
This is ace 10.
I saw the picture, Jaywin, of Tillman taking. Tillman's always taking pics of his buddies and sending them to his other buddies. So random. Tillman, if you're listening, hello. Ace 10 versus Ace King.
I said a 2-5 game and it's all.
Doug is still ahead of Rick here.
Gotcha.
And the game's deeper at 1-3.
Check from Rick.
Yeah. The one time I played 1-2 recently, it was like.
Doug figuring out what he wants to do. Or maybe he's just thinking about, man, I really want to Reese's,
I'm like, bro.
as his sweater says. And he's going to go ahead and bet 175 into 417.
$25
Likely going to work as Rick doesn't really have much here. Not really much back doors either.
No, the 1-3 there is crazy. But I only played like once or twice.
Kalen
So you
Fager
like
got
it?
Cowboys twice
All my friends.
and won
Okay,
twice.
okay. How do you like the cash games there?
That's always fun.
Like, have you noticed any big differences?
I like them better here just because of chips.
Yeah, yeah. The chips here are so nice.
Rick
right?
thinking long and hard and going to go ahead and get out of the way there.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, unpopular opinion. You brought up the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. They are vile because it's neither good peanut butter nor good chocolate.
You don't like it?
It's that chalky, crappy, awful peanut butter and like that waxy, shitty chocolate.
My wife is going to hate you.
Eh.
She loves Reese's peanut butter. It's not bad. You ever been to Culver's?
In the Midwest, never. I know they have them down here. I've just
They
never
have
been
one.
to one down here.
They have one over there by the Domain, and then they have one down south. But normally when I get a mixer, I'll put some Reese's and some Oreo in. It's pretty good.
I treat Culver as what our childhood friends, I believe it was Grover, or Cookie Monster, excuse me, would call it a sometimes food.
Not that into it?
Oh no, it's great. It's just more of like a once a year at most kind of thing.
Oh yeah, it's fast food. I mean, we just go there and we just get ice cream. It's more of a dessert for us.
Stop this summer. Yeah, exactly.
Don't really like it. It sounds like. Thought that you were a Midwest guy, man. Come on. Go Cubs! Go Cubs, everyone.
Even
Ace
though-
Jack here for Lottie.
Go Cubs, but even though baseball is ruined as of today.
Yeah, the designated hitter thing. Lottie a little tilted from the last hand. Let's see, and he's going to go ahead and raise it up here. Ace Jack versus King Queen. No, he's going to fold, and everybody else is going to fold. At least that's what it seems like. And Rogelio says,
No, he-
nope. I got 5-4, and you just lost with tens, so I'm calling.
No gamble, no future.
Yeah. Oh, man, that would have been wild if he would have.
Well, you did just flop a gut shot.
Yeah. And he has. Lottie just going to slam. Don't break the table, Lottie.
And now Lottie has a straight.
Oh, and now Rogelio is going to bet.
Oh,
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
just call it. Just call it. Will, just Will.
See, I think if Lottie wasn't tilting, he would just call. But as you can tell, he's a little upset
Boy,
about the
faded
tens
the
hand
snap
there.
call. That's progress.
He's giving away too much here. You know, he's going to lose some value there. But he's also protecting himself from a flush draw, so goes ahead and shows it. And I think that was probably his plan there. There's a flush draw out there, so let me just protect my hand now and get max value if you missed your flush draw. So I don't mind the play, but
You fold two pair
I don't
there.
think he was getting much more from Rogelio anyway, just having only 5-4 there.
I should have let you keep
And now he's
flipping.
happy again.
Oh, well. Is it, or it's like a diamond or a spade, and it's like
Commentator making me hungry. Oh, yeah. I always make myself hungry. That's why I always bring my dinner. I eat it as soon as we're done here.
sure. I shall.
Do you like sushi?
Yeah, I'm not a huge seafood guy, but good sushi I really do love. I'm a big fan of sushi. There's a place off Parma called Tomo that is just fantastic sushi.
We went to this sushi spot off of Lamar. Oh, Fort Deuce.
Oh, the nuts.
Oh.
Noah raising with the nuts.
Noah racing with the Fort Deuce.
Oh, no, you
he
gotta
close.
call that, brother. It's
Ah.
gonna run out deuce 4.
Well, he got raised with the queens there.
Bigger heater to get out of this hole.
Deuce 4 is always the nuts. I wish people would listen to me.
Hillbilly says almond joys are good.
Like whatever the hottest thing you can think of is, hotter than that.
Kaylee says Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. I prefer almond joy, and I'm in the business of eating terrible. Almond joy. I don't even know what the hell that is. That's a
It's one of those god awful coconut. It's almonds and coconut. It's ugh, not great. Best avoided.
I know, Kaylee, you quit smoking recently. Hopefully that's still going well. It's always a good thing. Almond Joy. Caitlin, the Almond Joy. I haven't had a clue what it. Yeah, I've never heard of Almond Joy for some reason.
Squirroo, it's a crappy American candy bar. You're not missing out.
You
on
say an
anything.
American carry bar like you're not American. Damn Americans.
Excuse
Like,
me. You're right.
Why isn't it just a
Excuse
candy
me.
bar?
It's a crappy freedom bar that you just don't want to try.
Freedom bar. Oh, man.
I'm not as good at four flushing as some other people.
Who should give a shout out to? Well, you're in the background. Yeah,
That is true.
yeah. Very important.
I mean, we're just talking monkeys here.
No, yeah.
Well, I can only speak for myself.
I lose count how many times Seth tells me he's more important. I think it's 500 now. You are Seth.
Snap, I couldn't check.
5-4 versus Ace-9 offsuit. And Rick has 3 aces. Just going to call there.
That is the proper move there.
No, I had ace jack. I went for the squeeze.
Queen here. On the
I think you raise here.
Away from that, probably.
And Rick, just keep calling.
Something really silly, one or the other.
Now Kobe has a 4.
2 overs and cut shot. Woo!
Now Rick's going to go ahead and lead out into this.
Try and spike a 5.
Kobe trying to figure out if his 4 is good, and he's going to get paid off and see the bad news.
Yeah, I
Hoping
trip,
he was
trip
hoping
aces.
that hearts missed probably. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, oh yeah, I got trip aces. Thank you for the money.
I would hope so.
Okay, what happened here?
But I mean,
Apparently, we're supposed to watch our tone. Caitlin, you realize that is the absolute guaranteed way to me to do exactly the opposite of what you want, right?
Lottie is in the chat giving surveys as he's playing. Do I get out of the hole? 1 for yes. He said 1 for yes or 2 for no.
Wow.
Everyone's saying 1. Caitlin said, "Watch your tone." I think she's talking to you.
Yeah, probably.
Talking to you, David.
real question for me is, does Faker ever have ace king and play it that way when he got
Moose, I think you're in Auburn fan.
me? Yeah, you're right.
He loves the
What's
war
that?
equal.
Oh, I thought you paid.
Wait, are you saying I'll play
Well, I bet that you paid too. I mean, I can't fold it over.
Proper
Now-
raise right there.
But do you ever hear me with ace king or something?
Again, is it people who hate children give out fruit snacks? Fruit snacks are kind of, now if it's real fruit, that's good.
Or
Real fruit.
the house at Halloween that gave away caramel apples. Holy crap, I loved that house.
Back your betting
Oh,
strategy.
that's like giving away full candy bars. Like you're getting every kid in the world.
The what?
Caramel apples. You ever have you dip an apple in caramel? It's delicious. Oh God.
Oh, I thought you said something else.
I had it
I
back.
do like those.
Yeah, they're the best.
And also chocolate covered strawberries.
Yeah, those are.
If you're hungry, audience, we're not sorry. Pocket 8's behind pair of 10s here. And Kobe is going to continue. Stein with a top pair and a decent kicker here, likely to go ahead and call this bet.
This is a pretty straightforward call. I mean, the only thing you're scared of is a set. If he has a set, he has a set. I'm calling.
Spade will definitely kill action here.
Rose actually the bomb pot. Yeah. And then so came in. I got set over set.
And no river.
It is not.
Or no river, no spade. There is a river, it's just not a spade. Kobe's going to go ahead and check.
Check shit on what we have.
Yeah, check is the way it was going to go.
And
There we go. Going to get the bad
yeah,
news.
You're only getting called by worse there, so backdoor straights got there, but I don't mind the check back.
Appreciate it.
But maybe missed a little bit of value from something exactly what Kobe had, like 8s
Change, bum.
and 9s. But I don't mind the check. it would suck to bet there and then also get raised. You're like, oh god, should have just checked back.
I would like to keep the SPR 2 That way, when I get set over set, it takes me 2 streets to go broke.
I was like, I don't know, that's $90.
Anybody want extra rice?
That's a win.
Now the next time on a candy binge, I want to try this Almond Joy just for the heck of it. 'Cause I've never heard of it before. We did just like a little bit on like for Valentine's. Went to the store and got some stuff. And we didn't do that like a whole box of chocolates, crap, whatever. She just bought some stuff she wanted to eat. I bought some stuff I wanted to eat. We had a good old time. Watched
Makes
a movie,
sense.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So my wife, she loves brownies, and I like cookies and donuts. And I got some. Oh, I got an ice cream too. Ice cream's good. For some reason, when it's cold, I want ice cream. Is that weird?
No, it's not weird.
Okay. Did you eat cold? Did you eat cold? Did you eat ice cream up north when you were up north growing up?
I did.
When it's like
yes.
freezing and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Is that a
Actually,
thing?
the cool thing, when I was real young, my dad had one of those ice cream churns. And when it was real cold outside, we used to go outside and make ice cream, which is pretty fun. Did I
You're
just
gonna
get...
laugh at this one, David. I'm literally crying every time David Pratt refers to the
Yeah.
action as the proper play.
Thanks, Caitlin. Appreciate that. I am a poker expert. Very few people know this. I'm widely considered to be one of the world's leading authorities on poker strategy.
Right? Imagine if you're watching like Monday Night Football, and the commentator is like, "Now, I wouldn't do this, so don't listen to me. But you should definitely," you know what I mean? He just gives advice on the play. It's so funny when you also got to talk in the David Pratt voice.
Well, that's golf announcer voice. I mean...
Set of jacks for Noah in the lead here. Optimize has 0% to win this hand. Don't know what Kobe and Rogelio have.
I bet you there's a ace-3 in there maybe somewhere.
And he's just going to win.
Yeah.
See, like, it's the only thing that sucks about bomb pots on stream. No. Someone stayed in. Who stayed in?
Rogelio called.
Oh, Rogelio called. Got it.
Maybe a 6-3. No, there's a couple sixes out, so.
I mean, unless Rogelio has ace-3.
Now he has nothing.
Yeah. And Noah's going to go ahead and take down that pot.
That can't be good for viewers seating. Hey, Oklahoma one.
I am available for poker coaching. If anyone is interested, I'm happy
You're offering lessons?
I am.
That would be fun.
I advise no one to take me up on that offer.
But you can teach people who don't know anything, right?
Blind leading the blind sort of situation?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
This is a pair.
Yeah.
This is a straight. And this is a flush. You know, you can have like your little,
Yeah.
hand rankings and
Oh,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
the little card they give you in Vegas. I can hand
Yeah.
those out to people. Yeah.
They hand those out?
They'll give them away. Like, when you buy a deck of cards, there's always the extra card in it, ranking of hands.
Yeah. I have to admit, I did buy one of those in the gift shop, for the blackjack, where it says like all the different probabilities, like hit, stay,
Yeah.
double up, whatever. That was interesting. Kobe with Jack 10 suited, optimized with pair 5s. Jack 9 here for Rick. Oh,
Oh, nice 2-pair.
little spicy here between Kobe and Rick, we will see. And Rick currently thinks he has the best hand.
Those are the best kind of 2-pairs where it's pretty well disguised.
Yeah. Rick is on the button, so he could be calling essentially with everything. Now let's see if Kobe wants to just call, and looks like he will. And we're going to go heads up here.
Heads up.
Let's see if Kobe can... Oh, no. What a bad turn for Rick there.
Check.
Let's see how expensive this may get. 190 in the pot here. Both players are relatively deep. 1.1K, the effective stack for Rick. Now, does Kobe want to go ahead and play this cool, or does he want to put in a raise to protect his hand from a flush? Straight's out there, but I don't think he's worried too much about that. Having top 2, he's going absolutely nowhere. But he is going to go ahead and raise it up here. Now, Rick is only worried about potentially a straight.
And Colby is
But-
absolutely not. But
Yeah, but Queen 8. I mean, Kobe's in the small blind. And he called just a 23, so, I mean, he can have Queen 8.
I actually, these chairs are the largest chairs.
He could have potentially 8-7.
Handlebars on the sides. Like I like to be able to get.
But with 2 pair, I don't think Rick's going anywhere just yet.
These chairs are really nice.
And if Kobe makes it a decent enough price, or make it look like he missed hearts there on the river, Kobe may get paid off here. And 2.
They just cracked like 4 inches of plastic. It's pretty true.
Board is now paired.
No fat. Like, not that fat. Jeez.
I think if you're Colby, you just shove here.
And Kobe's trying to make it small enough where he can get called
Thin value. I've heard that term before.
thin value. And I don't think Rick's just gonna go ahead and pay this off. He doesn't look happy about it. And he's gonna unfortunately see the bad news. And he's gonna show it. Like, man, bad turn.
Colby's having a good night.
Yes, he is. Dirty little game there that we play here. Dirty little game. Flop the world and then boom. Turn just completely changes everything. Yeah, and Kobe is having a really good night. And he's also getting paid with his hands as well.
Yeah, it looks like he's in for 2 and up about 2. That's a nice double up.
You know, I know Kobe and I play with Kobe. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Kobe's face. Or his hair. Yeah.
You know, he could be doing that on purpose, and maybe you haven't seen. You have seen his face, but this is like a Superman Clark Kent sort of thing going on.
Yeah.
Or I guess maybe Spider-Man, probably a better way to put it.
There, Caitlin says, teach me, Pratt.
Okay.
She wants the lessons.
God, lessons. Always call a gut shot.
No, 4-2. 4-2, right?
Yes, deuce 4 is always the
Deuce
nuts.
4 is always nuts. Ace 8. Kobe's going to call on the button. Stein's raising up. But, we got all aces here, so if one ace comes on the flop, that would be kind of interesting.
That'd be nice in fireworks.
And it does not. Stein is in the lead here with ace queen. Checking all the way around. 3 on the turn. No, with the gutter now. Needs a 2. Whoa! Did Stein just fold ace queen?
I think he did.
He didn't even think about it.
Wow.
What? Maybe he just thought Noah had a king and like, wow.
Who knows?
Okay. Well, he didn't bet it either, right? No, he didn't bet it either. He was worried about the king the whole time.
Well, we've established that
That close, but
I should not be making, commentary. But no, I would have bet that if I were him.
And the Rockets suck. That's the answer. Okay.
Hey, you used to get like a
I wanted to see a Spurs game because like
It probably doesn't even matter who they're
got
playing
Wyndham
because that's
Harden
probably a
beat
load management game for the other
Battle
team.
for 10. I mean, not,
The Lakers haven't been that great either.
Oh, we got the nuts here. Rogelio, don't. Oh, man. Okay, so that's.
You should tell everybody before we start. Like, all right, do not fold 4-2.
Maybe if I put a bounty on it, like, if you call deuce 4
Honestly, I think
and you
LeBron's
win,
kind of
I give you a high five.
He's been injured enough
you get a
couple
high.
years
How
because he
about
wants
this?
to break the
You
scoring
call
record,
deuce
he
4
wants to play
and
against people
lose.
here.
I will give you 5% of that for the hand. But if you call with deuce 4 and win,
You're pissed, people.
I get half your profits.
V-Pip. Kobe with 38. Doug all the way down there with that 16. He hasn't been that active, but he just did have queens, but got no action with the queens there.
Remember what happened to me last time I did this? I got my money in good. That's what happens. Well, forget about what happened.
I'm going to do this. It's time to gamble.
I got my money in.
Seth, gamble.
Gamble, gamble, gamble.
I'm going to go first this time.
Yeah, I just don't want that run out.
We're currently even.
It was a 9-time. 65. And then 7 Yeah, I was like, man, overpair here.
King, queen. Oh, sorry. King, queen for Stein there. Ace, jack.
What?
he threw the chips, and they all like they're like wheels. They just all moved. Jack 10 for Noah.
I'm in a bad spot here. I just rolled a 25. Seth is almost guaranteed to beat me on this one.
Nice little squeeze play here for Noah, but likely to get called in both positions.
I'd hate to get it in good again. Oh, he was suited. He was suited.
Oh, I know.
I can get behind that. On his side, I can get behind Paul.
This is a tricky one. You're in the middle there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Stein.
Got action behind. It's king, queen off. It's not.
Whoa.
I could get behind.
Oh, you know what? I didn't even see. Rick is super short,
Yeah.
so likely to get all in. And it's not that much more. So I think Noah, even though he just kind of has a medium-sized hand, I think he may just give it a call. Can't put 140 in and then fold to 376. You know, you just gotta throw it in there, and it is what it is. Oh no, it's gonna get out of the way here. Okay, I am wrong. Noah's like, I keep getting caught in the cookie jar.
Wait. Does he talk like a old timey
know.
Southern lawyer?
I don't know why.
I'm just a simple country lawyer.
Maybe he does talk like that. Okay, we don't know, David. We don't. I don't know why.
My
I talk
heavens,
like that.
may I have a mint julep, please?
I don't know why I talk like that. That was my got my hand in the cookie jar voice. Oh god.
Strata for 10.
Caleb
You
says,
should meet my friend Beauregard. I think you might like each other.
See, she's already telling you what's up. She said you can't be calling with deuce 4 off. That's a raising hand. Yeah, you can't be calling with junk because then when you miss, you fold.
It's fair.
What's great is you raise with junk and then you hit and they think you missed. And then you continue telling the story. That's always really fun.
Play them like they're aces.
When you try to squeeze with a crabby hand and you get called, you're like, damn it. I was trying to just take it down pre-flop. And then you totally hit it. You're like, oh, yeah. Here we go.
I am so good at this game.
Yeah. I should do lessons. 6-5 suited for Rogelio.
Gut shot for Noah.
I like that name, Rogelio. Remember Night of the Roxbury?
Never saw it.
And I was like, Emilio! You never seen Night of the Roxbury?
No.
What on earth are you? Is it because they now have it on Netflix? They have VHS tapes, Dave.
Best Will Ferrell movie. Go.
Elf? Elf's a good one.
Oh,
no. Ricky Bobby? There's so many. The one, what's the one when he did the news? Anchorman?
Anchorman's a legit
That's
film.
a good one.
That's a good one. My answer is Step Brothers.
Which one's that?
It's with him and John C. Reilly, where they're both kind of man-children, and their parents are divorced and get married, and they become step. It's if you've never seen it, you should watch it. It's a great movie.
I don't know. I like Elf because I like, what's her name?
That might be the best movie he's been in, but it's not necessarily the best Will Ferrell movie.
What's his name? What's her name? Co-star.
I don't know.
She was in that. It's who's that girl? Whatever. Wow, that was in 2003. Yeah, Zoe Deschanel. She was on my wife list before I got married. Oh, old school. Yes, that's a great.
Oh, that's
Rizzo said Anchorman versus Step Brother versus Old School. Old School. Old School is great.
that's a good one. That's a really
Man,
good
all
one.
those movies back in the day when I was in college were like just the best. Like those kind of American Pie party, college party movies. Those are the best.
You seen the one with him and Mark Wahlberg where they're cops? I forget the name of it. I haven't seen it in a while.
I've seen bits and pieces of it, but not
It's a
the
good
whole
one.
thing. 8s for Rogelio. Lottie with the King 7 is going to go ahead and give the fold. And Stein is going to fold the Jack 5.
Well, we're in the pause here and talking about movies. I did this with Aaron last time I was on with him. Best 80s action movie. Go.
80s action movie? It's like Top Gun count?
It was in the 80s and it's an action movie. It's not the best one.
There's so many. I mean, you got. I'm really bad with names. Does Terminator count?
Terminator counts.
Predators.
15% is what
Well,
the
that was
track
kind of more of a
decided. The
sci-fi
track
kind of horror
decided 15.
movie,
I'm
right?
usually about that line.
So
But
you
Jack
touched upon the
decided
greatest
15
action
was the
movie of
number,
all time,
like,
which is, of
wanted
course,
to go 2
Predator,
years
the
ago.
original, with Schwarzenegger in the
decided
jungle.
that they invented the
Dylan,
body
you son of a
one-handed.
bitch. Like, such a great
Wayne
movie.
seemed to
Well, all
look
the
like
ones too with
he was the one who
oh
proposed.
god, what's it called? Rambo, with
Those are pretty good.
Sylvester Stallone. 10-7 here. I'm just 10-7.
Like,
Queen 7
apart from tonight's
for
show,
Rogelio.
I mean, I am a winner.
Body
in
is on the
this
button with
team
Ace Queen, so this should definitely be a raise. Probably
was a
in
black 20 to
the
start with.
120 range.
All right.
He's
Knowing
counting everything up,
Yeah, I'm obviously going to raise.
trying to
It's
figure
just a
out how much
question
he
of
wants
how
to
much.
raise. Call wouldn't be the best play here. He's going to make it 125. Last action hero. Lost Boys.
I got a calculator in here, but it's got a few shorts tonight.
See, my holy trinity is Predator and then Die Hard. And then if we're going to pick,
Die Hard's a good Christmas movie.
it is. It's an excellent Christmas movie.
And we're going to go 3 ways to the flop here. Faker's going to call with pocket 5s, Jack 10 for Noah. 3 ways to the flop. 442 in the pot here. Noah with the effective stack of 870. 10-2-2. Noah flops best with top pair. Pair of 5s for Faker. And Faker is going to lead into Lottie once again.
Bet 225.
Interesting play here. Trying to take it down now, but Noah's going to call with his top pair.
Call.
And now Noah has 870, or excuse me, 645, less than a pot size bet. And this is going to be a check. And if, oh, he just goes all in.
Yeah, he just said he was setting himself up to shove on the turn. And
I wouldn't
now-
have mind checking that over, and hopefully Faker goes all in. Because now
Yeah.
Faker with only pocket 5s here, likely going to get away. Although Noah could be shoving here. Obviously, he was going to go all in regardless, but probably didn't want to give Faker a clean river with now diamonds out there. But I wouldn't mind to see a check call all in jam if Faker has already been very aggressive on this stream.
Yeah, I don't like the check there either. Like I was thinking,
You mean the jam?
yeah, I don't like the jam. I would have checked there. I was thinking he was going to check, and when I saw the chips come out, I thought it was coming from Faker, because that's the thing that makes the most sense. Because I am a poker expert, and not really, because Faker was the aggressor. Yep, I think he just cost himself money there.
Yeah, because if Fabi's going to lead out there with 5s and you're just going to call, he's probably just going to put you all in on the turn. And knowing that if you're Noah,
That's when I'm watching
you know,
back.
obviously you're never folding. But if you
That's
go
when
all
I'm
in
watching
first,
back.
you're giving your opponent an opportunity to fold. So yeah, I would have liked to. I mean, even if he check back,
You still got the river.
still got the river for an opportunity. And you're not really worried about backdoor diamonds either.
You are unpredictable.
So, yeah, I would have liked check call if he jammed. Probably could have got 645 more.
I don't think Ace Queen was a winner on that flop.
Straddle. 10. Pull.
Like,
Haven't
heads
seen
up,
much
I
from
actually could've floated
Optimize
that
today. Been a little card dead. Him and Stein. Stein. Stein.
Call.
That's not very nice of you.
Pull.
Stain's a great band, though. Like Stain? Aaron
I'm
Lewis?
not familiar with them.
No? It's been a while. No?
I probably know it if I heard it.
I could play some songs.
That's only on Sunday.
Queen's here for Rick.
I only listen to obscure, cool
And
people
unfortunately,
music
I
that
didn't
you've
have
never
it
heard
that
of.
time. Not like the last time he went into me. The last time he went into me, I had it.
Pull.
At the beginning of the show.
So you go to all those crazy festivals? With
God, no.
wearing butterflies and stuff like that?
God, no.
Because those definitely music I've never heard of.
You know what sounds like fun? Hanging around 70,000 smelly people for 3 days in 105-degree heat.
So you don't go to ACL?
No.
I skip it every year, too.
Yeah. My theory on that is anybody that I actually care about at ACL will be back and they'll be playing somewhere smaller, and I'll get to see them. And
Yep. You know what we do is we either walk the trail or we get in kayaks. Because for some reason, a lot of people don't know that it's not a closed venue, and sound travels.
I live downtown, right across the river
Yeah.
from it, so
The
yeah.
water's right there. We'll get on a kayak. We'll just roll up on the water. You can hear your favorite band whenever you want. Not paying, what, 15, 20 bucks for a drink?
Speaking of which, as a downtown resident, South by Southwest starts soon. I've already, I've got a oil drum full of beans. I've filled up my tubs with water. I'm gonna nail my front door shut tomorrow.
So Steven says, and we've only heard this from Steven, that the volume is low. The commentary volume is low. So, Seth, if you can help us out with that, greatly appreciated. And hopefully, we can help you out there, Steven. Or we'll talk louder, we'll scream.
I mean, I know you guys are all dying to hear my witty analysis, so we should make sure that people can hear us.
Jack 8, Ace 5, and Ace 8 here. Queen, Queen, Jack on the board. Toby's going to go ahead and lead out at this with second pair. And likely to work all the way around as nobody... Oh, excuse me, hold on. Is Stein bet or call? Yeah,
I
it
think
looks
so,
like he did.
yeah.
I don't know, but you can have everything there. Call full. Medium, we good? I'm happy.
Oh, wow, now Kobe has a boat.
So help me out here. My thinking on Colby is, if this is me, and again, I'm not the greatest, but I have a boat, so I'm never folding this, but I still don't like this. Because Stein has every queen in his range.
That's the reason why Kobe just called there. And Stein bet the flop, and he also bet the turn. But Kobe's going to go ahead and continue. And if Kobe got raised, it would suck, but I think Kobe's still calling.
Oh, my battery's about dead.
We got an hour and a half left, ladies and gentlemen. Smash that like button and subscribe if you have not done so already. We definitely appreciate it.
We here at TCH Live know that you have many choices in your poker stream viewing. We appreciate you tuning into us.
Don't tell him. Don't tell him, dude.
All the other ones suck.
And they were playing 7-card stud.
And that was only, you know,
Straddle for 20.
Yeah.
Rogelio, oh man, that's your second opportunity to do it tonight and you didn't. Do you not love, why do you hate this game, Rogelio?
Raise. 7. Full.
Queen Jack for Kobe is going to raise it up to 70.
And he's going to take it down.
Chip count 4.2 for Kobe. Fake it there in the second, followed by Doug Rogelio and Rick at the bottom there with just under $1,000.
There's one time, like it was the only seat, and there was like half an hour to kill the Lord Sherman. I sit down tiny stakes limit game, like at the Nugget, and I flop the nuts, and I raise. Old guys had crank.
They're just putting it
And should have been longer.
25 or 20?
Once I called you,
whole thing,
Whole thing.
whole guacamole.
$25 straddle.
The whole guacamole.
I have the nuts. That's where I raise.
yeah, you know it.
When you have the best.
And
game,
Rick
try to
is
pay for
not
the
at
same.
his seat. Kobe with the 7-5 suited and running amazing. Gonna go ahead and continue. Doug with a playable hand on the button.
It took me like 3 years to realize I was in the wrong game.
Yeah,
Noah
both
with
of
the
them.
king 10 is gonna go ahead and make the call.
Let me look.
Faker with the queen 5 and Rogelio
Pretty good hand.
with the jack 8. So if some hearts come, and there's already 5 taken, so it's unlikely. But if hearts come, Faker and Rogelio, and they do not,
I don't mind.
3 spades on the board. Nobody with a spade in their hand. Faker
He's that tight, though. He's
best
gonna have
here, but likely
Or no, when he limps, I just
not to have much betting going on. Never mind.
to- Makes more sense.
Yeah,
I
none
am
of them
wrong.
like this.
I have a
Faker
hard time
takes some interesting lines with 4 spades out there. He's going to go ahead
with the guy on my right.
and lead out here. Small pot there for Faker. And we'll go on and move on to the next team. Wow, that's interesting.
The donations are appreciated because it's been a pretty lean.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here on this lovely Thursday evening down here in Austin, Texas. If you have not been to TCH Austin or TCH Dallas or our other TCH locations, feel free to join us. Definitely a fun environment to play cards. We most certainly enjoy it.
Straddle for 20. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Does he mostly play the lodge now?
Fold.
I still see like 2-5 games like this past game.
Folding all the way around. Queen 10 for Rogelio and A7 for Lottie on the straddle is going to go ahead and check the option. We're going to go heads up to the flop here.
A little surprised Rogelio didn't squeeze that there. I would have raised that.
Top pair versus second
I'm
pair.
afraid now.
Don't be afraid.
I'd like to see a bet here with his 10. I don't know why Lottie keeps slamming the table, but he is. Checked again, and Queen 10 is going to take down a small pot.
I suck it on the flop.
Wasn't it? Excellent.
Kobe in the lead there with 4.2. Rick and Rogelio content with staying at the short stack, not going to add on. Someone said the chat froze.
Did for a little bit. It's a YouTube thing, I think.
Oh, there you go. I don't know.
Sorry.
Did I start over? I like reset it. Does it go all the way down to the bottom? Oh, there it is.
Straddle for
10.
Actually, no, if you call,
$10 straddle here.
because of the jack, if you have a jack, I'm not going
$10 straddle, yes.
Trying to represent
We haven't seen jacks yet.
We have not.
Seen aces once, queens once,
We got
tens
tens,
again.
man.
But for Rick here,
Raise. 45. Fold, fold, fold. 55?
Noah's going to get in the mix with the queen 10 off. And Faker, I like this to be a squeeze play here, and it looks like he's going to come in for it.
You better see a raise coming here. Yeah.
175. Now with Rick with his stack, I think this is just a jam. No point of just calling and only leaving less than 400 left.
Yeah, if you call, your SPR is basically even. So just jam.
But he's he's just gonna set mine with pair tens. He should have definitely. I would have definitely got this all in. He doesn't really have much left. 5, or maybe he has a little bit more. 526. And that's still a good board for him.
Faker has the wheel gut shot, but Rick's still marginally ahead.
I think now is the time to go all in. You're still ahead of all the ace kings, ace queens, king queens, ace jacks of the world. There you go. Well, if his plan was just to call just to get more money out of Faker, he did the job, at least to get another 150. But he would have got all of it if he did jam, I think, pre-flop. Likely. Could be wrong. Does Faker call here? He needs to call 376 of a pot that's going to go up to around 1,400. So he's getting a decent price.
Yeah, he's getting about 2.5 to 1, somewhere around there. And the odds say call this. Like, if he knew his equity, it's a snap call.
Oh, for sure. 45%, you know, any ace, any queen, any 3. I mean, honestly, just for the amount that it is, I mean, his 2 overs may be good. If he hits. He's likely behind some kind of a pair.
I'm sure he knows he's behind.
There you go. He's going to go ahead and get the call.
He absolutely knows he's behind.
All right,
But
and they're going to go 2 times.
I got a pair.
And Rick got the first one. It's always nice to get the first one done.
yeah, it does feel nice.
And he's going to get both of them.
Nice.
Scoop, scoop. And Rick doubles up.
And no longer the small stack.
Instead of getting it all in pre-flop, just got it all in on the flop there. Still same result. Rick goes ahead and takes it down and went from a small stack to a medium stack. Kobe's still up there in the lead. Got a little bit over an hour left, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for watching. We always appreciate it. And remember, if you want some more information about the TCH Dallas situation, go to SaveDallasPoker.com. SaveDallasPoker.com.
Straddle.
For those who don't know, guys, we're going to get DMG.
$10 straddle.
$10 straddle here for Stein. 10-4 for Rick. Obviously going to let this one go. Kobe with pocket eights. Has had pocket eights, I believe, a couple of times.
40.
Yeah, we've seen 8s a lot tonight.
Call. Raise. 125.
That makes eminent sense.
King, queen, Noah Faker, 125.
Oh, aces for Will the Net.
420.
Raise. 420.
And I think this chase may work here.
He's been waiting all night to make that bet size.
Even I can pull it. That's impressive. You like that, did you? It is so high.
Everybody takes down
Let him show it.
Nice pot, Will.
pot with the aces.
I'm definitely not playing that hand. Because I'm not actually high or anything.
4.2 for Kobe, still up there. Doug with the 3K, but hasn't really had that much action over there.
That was
Doug
a
and
third of my
Optimize.
stack. That was a
Still a
third
little
of
card
my
down on both sides.
That was a
Stein
half my
as well.
stack.
Faker has been
You're setting up
making
really
all types of
crazy
plays,
with some garbage.
as well as Noah.
And
And
that would be suicidal.
Kobe's just been running really good
That would be suicidal.
at the right times against other
I'm
good hands.
definitely setting up a pot-sized shove on the flop.
Yeah, right.
We're gonna bet 420, and then we're gonna shove pot.
They're talking about the 420 bet.
$420 is just around the corner. Noah gotta go ahead and raise it with the king 8 suited. And he's gonna fold all the way around.
Congratulations, you made $7.
Right.
All right, Joe. Give me a big hand this time.
As a dealer, I'd be like, come on guys, play a hand. You know, like I
Yeah.
just shuffled these.
Yeah.
Like screw y'all, I'm gonna see a
Just glad I
flop.
got the hand.
I did all this work for you
Did all
guys.
this
You're gonna
work.
suck out.
I literally would probably do that every time. Everyone folds. Okay, y'all want to see a flop? You want to see a flop?
What
Yeah.
do you think
It would just be more fun.
Okay, not the steam dolan.
Although I can never be a dealer,
Not a party foul.
or I wouldn't want to be. These folks are great, but I would just want to play the whole time. You know what I mean?
I would want to play, and also I would be a terrible dealer. Yeah, I would, Seth. Hilariously incompetent. But thank you, I appreciate that.
It was coming.
We had this one dealer that was in a big tournament. She was from like a different country or something, and she was doing cash games. And she was obviously a traveling dealer, and she's like, please help, I don't know. Okay, thank you. You know, like, she was really nice, but she just had no idea what she was doing. And some players were really nice and helpful, and some were just like really pissed that she didn't know what she was doing.
That's not great. I mean, if somebody's like if she's doing her best and like she's not in,
Yeah.
help her out. Not a lot for anybody on this flop.
Ace Jack versus 7-5.
35.
What's that? Depends.
And Rick
How
filling it
deep
here.
are we
Noah
with
thinks
my
he's good with his
opponents?
ace high.
Right now, am I opening 5s under the gun? Probably not. Probably 6s.
And
Fives
Rick
are a
is
little too
going
high.
to
Ace five
continue
suited.
with the 7-5.
That depends on how often I'm getting 3-bet. Because I don't want to get 3-bet with that hand.
Rick came to play today. Interesting plays.
Yeah, once I
She's
get-
like,
I
you know what? I got
something
nothing. I'm gonna
heroic.
bet.
The problem is, like, that's not getting through. I mean,
And Noah's like, I got nothing. I'm gonna call. Well, I got a gutter.
I got called by 5-4 offsuit allegedly.
And Noah has a jack in his hand.
It's like an 815, 820. You can play it.
Could rep a backdoor straight here, but unlikely. Rick's gonna come in again. I like how he's just nonchalant. Like, I'm gonna 3-barrel bluff with a 7-5. I hope he shows it.
There we go.
Show it, Rick. Show the 7-5. Nope.
Hey, Rick. Noah did that earlier on the stream, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander, man.
It's always fun when the triple barrel bluff gets through.
I wouldn't know.
They're up 4.
Have you ever just like when you're playing cash at a table and you just, I wouldn't recommend this, but just for fun every now and again, just not look at your cards and just play the person not knowing what you have.
If I'm playing 1-2, I'll do that.
Yeah,
Every now
I
and
wouldn't
then
play it
if
at
I'm
a big game with competent players, but if you're playing 1-2 just to mess around,
bored. Yeah.
I think by the river you have to look, be like, okay, what do I have here?
Sometimes you have the open pair.
But just literally playing the player, like, okay, this guy's super passive. I'll go ahead and raise real quick. Doesn't matter what I have, I can win the pot. King 10 from Optimize is going to go ahead and raise from under the gun.
Make your own betting decisions off your own perceived range or your own range. Like, yeah, I got all the queens here.
Disappointed if you didn't do
I love how Faker, he has a good hand, and he just automatically raises. Like, there's no thought process. Like, I enjoy watching poker, like, on TV, but it would be so much more fun if, you know, I know the pros have a lot of stuff that's going on through their head, but if they didn't take a minute every time to make a decision, it'd be great. Optimize is going to get out of the way, and now he's going to come in for a call. Pocket 9. And we're going to see a flop here. Classic little battle. 2 overs and medium pair. Gut shot now for, we're going to go check real quick, check.
Flop did not change the equity at all. No, turn did.
Ooh. I like to get a little bet here, so some thin value. Trying to get called by maybe an 8. Pocket 7s.
That might be a little bit big.
10s. Now would not be the good time to raise. Let's see what Faker does. Thinking long and hard about this one. I think he may come in. Uh-oh.
Those are raisin chips.
Yeah.
What's his thought process here? What do you think he's thinking?
Well, he has a queen in his hand. So he is blocking the straight here. He's trying to either rep the straight or rep the backdoor flush. But obviously that is not going to work because Noah has a set of 9s and it's just too strong to fold. And Noah didn't love it, but he just knows he has to call and that's a fold. You can't fold a set on especially like a backdoor potential straight, backdoor flush. I mean, if he has a backdoor straight, backdoor flush, it is what it is. But it's just 2 at the top of his range to fold there. You're gonna win a certain percentage of time, and you're gonna lose a certain percentage of time. But that's you just got to play the odds in that situation.
I guess it's gotta be like some flavor.
A little surprised. My battery's still going.
Yeah. This won't work, right? Because you got the other one.
Yeah, mine's the fancy, annoying USB port charger.
Ace-8 suited for Rogelio. See, I like how Rick's like, King 7 off? Sure. No big deal. I'm on stream.
I'll raise that.
I'm playing any cards.
I like his moxie.
King,
Uh-oh.
Queen. This can definitely be a squeeze play or just a call, but it looks like it's going to come in for the squeeze.
Plus, he's probably, I haven't gotten a goddamn hand all night.
Yeah, he's been somewhat card played. Rogelio has a suited ace. See if he wants to stay in. He is not, and Rick doesn't really have much. It'd be really funny if he stayed in here. So he's likely to get out of the way here.
I think this is a little bit of Hollywood from him.
Yeah. Oh, I had King 7. I really wanted to play it.
Oh,
Why'd you have to raise? King 7 was coming.
that's when you look at him after you fold and say, I would have called 190.
It's so funny when folks say that sometimes when they fold. You're like, you bet just a little bit too much. Just a little bit. Kobe has about 1/4 of the chips in this entire game. Big chip lead compared to other players here. And does that look like that's a $50 straddle now? Uh-oh.
I like where this is going.
Game's getting a little spicy.
I'm not gonna put on the 40 or 50.
That's a fun thing when you play with Chase or whatever. He makes like a $200, $300
I'm not gonna
straddle.
put on the quadruple.
Like, it makes your decisions way
If
easier.
I had won all those all in,
It's like, all right,
then I'd put on the
got a
quadruple.
small raise here, all in or fold.
Straddle 50.
Watch me
I
regret.
hope I don't have 6 dish again. 8-3.
Fold.
And I believe that is a $50 straddle.
I was half expecting to see ace.
I can't believe he didn't at least call flat. You got Queen Jack on the button. That's interesting.
Kobe? He wasn't there.
No. Oh,
Doug?
yeah.
Kobe
Oh,
wasn't
no.
there.
It was, okay. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, and Faker raises it up with sixes. I like it. Faker with the aggression. The V-pips. Wow, Doug way down there at 12%.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we just got
And everyone roughly in the 20s. Noah, Rick,
Personally, I prefer
and
the
Kobe have
internet.
definitely been the most active.
Lottie 7% above the Lottie line. I'm proud of him.
Which one is it? Is it 20 or 15?
Oh, I thought it was 14.
I thought it was 20.
Are you sure we're not 16?
Again, if I had
12?
won those giant
What's the
odds,
lowest we've ever seen?
Don't know.
Is 12 the lowest? Because 12 is pretty low. Come on, Doug.
12 is basically.
Like at this point, I'd be. At this point, I'd be really.
I defended my big blind all night, or my small blind all night, basically.
Here, we got a question here. Does Faker have hood up and mask on before he enters the building, or does he just gear up at the table? Honestly, every time I've seen him, he's like that. I think he walks in like that.
I actually saw him come out of a phone booth on his way in. You know, he walked into a phone booth. I didn't see his face, but he came out with that mask on. It's like a Superman situation.
Yeah, I was sitting next to him in a tournament for like over an hour. Didn't even know that was him. Like he sat next to me and he didn't really say anything either, but he busted and he was like, "All right, well, good luck, David." I go, "Hold on." Oh shoot! I was like,
I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't know the guy if I saw his face. I've never seen his face.
I think I have before. It's so funny. It's like when the whole COVID whatever was going on, and everyone was wearing these whatever, the mask, and then we went to not, or some people went to not, and you're like, wow, that's how you look, you know? Because
You are way less attractive than I thought you were.
Yeah.
Two pair for Rogelio.
wow.
And Stein ships it.
Interesting. Well, Rogelio didn't have much left.
Shipped a gut shot.
He put all the chips in there, but he only needed to put in 400 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
What was he? Yeah, with the gut shot. Haven't seen much from Stein there, but he definitely went for it to put pressure on the short stack.
Thank you. C3 is adding 500. 1,000? Adding 1,000. C8's adding on 6.
And Stein is going to add on here. Looks like $300-400.
Any of this ride? We're on the double for power hour.
What's your process for adding
Chips
on?
live stream.
Like, do you only add on if you get stacked? If half your stack's gone, do you try to match? Like, what's your... Is it depend on how you're feeling or how you're playing? How do you like to do it?
I'm not going to lie, it's not terribly often that I will, at a game like this, if it's just started up and people do the first add-on, yeah, I'll probably join. But if I bought into a game, unless the game suddenly gets way bigger than I was expecting, I'm rarely adding.
Raise to 75.
I'm rebuying, but I'm rarely adding.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Aces for Noah.
Raise to 200. Fold, fold. Fold.
And Optimize just doesn't have a great hand to call. Likely going to get through.
Those are usually good
He
cards.
was like, I had one of those.
I'm going to grab some coffee and want some more water.
Chips live stream.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I know.
Big blind. Straddle. Fold.
Rick with the King 8 suited. Going to go ahead and let that go.
Fold, fold. Raise.
35. Fold, fold, fold. Fold. Heads up.
Folding all the way around after optimized raises 8-6 to 35.
Check. Call.
Queen 7-7 here. 2 ways to the flop.
Check. Check.
And now optimize is ahead with the 8-6. It's likely going to go check, check.
Check. Check. 6.
And 6 is going to win it.
That's an opening with 6 minutes close me out. I could tell you were going to fold. Make it. I was going to get it in too if Bobby got crazy. He has a tendency to want to. He has a tendency to like to
You got it.
raise on those paired boards. He likes to do that.
Man, for some reason this isn't working anymore.
45. It's a good flop for 6-8 of clubs.
That's not good. You think it could be because of this?
Is it?
Strap for 10.
That's odd, right?
There you go.
Did you kick it? You may have kicked it with your foot or something.
Could have.
I was like, what the heck happened?
I don't know what I'm doing. Queen Jack for Rick. Nines for optimize. Seen a lot of nines tonight.
Yeah, a lot of 9s, a lot of 8s, a lot of 2s. Ace-8 suited for Stein. Wow, he's going to let it go. Ace-8 suited is a nice, playable hand.
Nobody can see this, right?
3 players.
I wouldn't mind maybe a squeeze there.
Turn it over, what's all you?
Top pair for Rick. Not the best board for optimize with the pair of 9s. Rick is going to go ahead and bet. Looks like 80 bucks. 75, 6, what is it?
No touch.
85. Virgilio with a backdoor flush draw and a gutter. He's going to go ahead and stay. Oh, wow. Gets there.
And a nice redraw, too.
Yeah.
Not that he needs it, but
Just banks it. Rick now needs a 9. Only has 1 out as Rogelio had a 9. And Optimize had 2 9s. So Rick has top pair and a gutter, but only has 1 out. And does not get there. But 2 pair and a queen for Rick. And Rogelio was potentially trying to get some value there, but he has a straight. Perfect card for Rogelio.
yeah, it was.
8 of clubs. The best card in the deck for Rogelio there. We got less than an hour left.
Kind of a donkey of me to lead out.
So if they really have this meetup game, you gonna go?
Thinking about it, yeah. Actually, kind of sounds fun.
Maybe. I think it'd be a more fun experience when if you go and you're there with a bunch of people you know.
Yeah.
Whereas you just go there, like obviously we know TCH awesome, but TCH Dallas is a completely different group of people, you know.
From what I understand, there's a hotel like a block away from it too.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. Because I'm not going up for the day. I'd go up for at least a
Yeah,
couple days.
you know, at least one night. Drive up there in the morning, play all day. You know, sleep at the hotel. and then play maybe half day the next day and drive home, or stay 2 nights max.
Maybe 2 nights.
I'd say 2 nights max. 10s here for Lottie, 7-6 suited for optimize. Every time he gets a decent hand, he always gets raised.
How big are you gonna 4-bet?
But he should know that Lottie's only plays really only 3 bets with big cards, so this would be a nice, decent hand to call with.
Usually somebody asks that question.
They're
That's
talking
the
a lot
thing
to
that
each
happens
other.
next, right?
I don't think this is a hard laydown, though. I mean, 6-7 suited is playable, but I don't think it's a hard laydown.
Now you're supposed to show the deuce.
I did not have aces.
I mean, a hand like that, you know, with Lottie, which
It was acceptable.
for the most part
It wasn't
raises
pretty
with the
good, it was
premiums, I
acceptable.
wouldn't mind calling that. You get a board that completely misses his range and hits your range,
That's true, yeah.
you get paid there.
You get decent
I got in your
implied
head.
odds.
Small blind.
It's risky, obviously. You're putting some money, you know, you're behind. But every now and again.
I mean, it's worth the call if you think that if you do hit the flop, you can get. I mean, it's costing you $70 to call that. If you think you can get at least another couple hundred out of them if you hit the flop, it's worth the call.
Yeah.
And I assume I am at or above the line.
2 pairs, straights, flush draws, a lot of opportunities.
Usually
Sometimes
ends
those
up
are more
18,
fun to
20,
play than
20,
just
right?
big pairs.
Yeah.
I think the night they came up with it, I was particularly card dead.
Back at it. Back at it.
And I was in a lineup where I had to be a bit snugger.
Uh-oh. Everybody's got a mystery
Like I
hand.
basically, like there's nights where I just have like no raise full to 3-bet range because I always get 3-bet.
Kobe with 10-7, just gonna flick in another 10
So you
bucks
just
and
don't play
9-5.
a chunkier
The
range.
battle of the premiums.
They're
know
both
that
super
word, right?
nutted. And, hey, made a pair.
Kobe gets a pair. Likely to check it over. No, I am wrong. Take it down a small
They
little
have
pot.
hands you're representing. That too. Once
That
now
was
I bluffed it
exciting.
straight.
Everybody's above 1K now. Doug is now at 13. He's improved from the 12% he was at earlier.
Was that VPIP or aggression?
That was, oh, here
That
it
was
is.
VPIP,
There's a VPIP,
13% VPIP. Ooh,
That one goes by so fast. We see the chip counts really slowly.
that
one goes by
that
so
is below the Lottie line.
Uh-oh.
Does he know that if it stays there for more than 30 minutes, the ejector seat fires?
We
Right.
started the table with the bottom
That'd be
five,
funny.
and there was straight flush versus straight flush.
You told Doug that he's below?
The worst
That's
straight
funny.
flush at the other half.
Well, that's good. They didn't get like
8-6 suited for Rogelio here.
Straight flush.
King 9 for Lottie.
Raise 40, fold.
Folding all the way around.
Super producer Seth is laying down the law behind. You guys can't hear it, but it's a thing of beauty to hear him.
you don't live a bet in the dark.
You can do whatever you want, Royce.
No longer in the dark.
I mean, pretty much just play every hand on the button.
Like,
You be above that 15%.
min bet.
Actually, it'd be about 13% if you only played your button.
Here you go, JT in 1969 give you a recommendation on the hotels. Doesn't recommend the one right there.
All right. Is that the one that comes with a mint and
Maybe.
a body
Said
under the
they're-
bed?
They're 2 double trees about 15 minutes away. I mean, I probably want to stay where like the fun part is, not necessarily close to TCH, but like where like
Good dinner. Yeah.
like where like shops and restaurants and stuff like that.
I'm more of like the buzzing neon sign and the chalk outline on the floor type of hotel.
This is the type of hotels that we traveled when I was a kid. All of the old school La Quintas.
Yeah.
When the hallway was outside. You know what I mean?
I think I'm gonna have to.
I was like, Dad, can we just make sure we get second floor so we can get a view?
Pair of eights would be good.
When I was a kid, my folks did. I'm the oldest of 4, and we did a bunch of road trips, and they'd always do that same thing where you get
I had too many outs.
the motel
Yeah.
with the room outside. Yeah.
I don't think you were folding a pair of eights on the river.
Kirko says, do they even read the chat? Well, we just did. And I was reading about JTN 1968.
Yeah.
About
I'm trying to get my
the
400. I donked off to it earlier.
hotels.
I gave you 400. No, I donked it
I
off
would
right
read the
when I
chat, but the
trust
battery
you.
on my laptop died because I'm stupid.
Hey, you brought half of your charger with you.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you're
always
chipping away,
that's
man.
I always
You're
double
chipping
and
away,
triple
like
check
you let me
just in
pick up
case.
the combo draw. And let
Because
me
I
bluff
can't.
at
My
it,
battery
and
is
then
all
knock
messed
out
up,
there,
so
and be
it
too
wouldn't be able
chicken
to
shit to bluff
operate.
him again.
I'm an experienced professional.
It's just poker.
Yeah.
Raise, 45, fold.
King,
Played
Jack
too
for
many
Noah.
games 'cause I haven't been getting
We're gonna raise up to. You know what I've realized? I don't think we've seen a single limp today.
like that.
That's an amazing thing.
Haven't seen a lot of them.
We've had some limps.
Another primo.
Maybe.
Catfish hand, I call them.
I don't know.
Call, fold. Call. Four players.
I'm now in chat on my phone, which is hey, 2 hearts and an ace.
Check.
Basically, this is Colby and Optimize.
7, 6, 4, ace, 4 ways to the flop. Kobe has a flush draw. Optimize has a top pair here.
A lot of dead hearts, though, so
Rick, open-ended in a pair, likely to stay in, and Kobe is not going anywhere. Could even raise here if he wants to, but he's just gonna call.
Call. 3 players.
And the hearts get there for Kobe. Let's see if he checks it over to be sneaky or he goes for value now.
fortunately, Rick also made it straight. I think.
Bet
Yeah.
175.
Yeah, Rick made it straight. And almost a straight flush. And Rick's gonna call and see the bad news.
Call.
Yeah.
Rush.
Exactly what I was thinking. Boy, that completed it all.
Looking in the chat, you know, there's a sentiment in the chat that I agree with.
What's that?
I do think Junior Producer Seth needs to get back on the commentary game again sometime. I think that's an excellent idea.
Drunk Seth. Drunk Seth's fun.
All right, guys, it's going to be a bomb pop. New dealer. 25. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
10.
That's such a strong word.
No.
One more chance to lose my ass.
Single board, right? Single board.
Give me 10.
JTN, no, the rubber sheets is a little bit too much for me. I just go for the chalk outline, and actually, the ones that have the magic fingers bed, where you put the quarter in and the bed gives you those are the best. I love those.
Okay, yeah, I have to win some cards first.
And looks like we're gonna get a new dealer here, so we are going to have a bomb pot. PLO bomb pot, $10. Everyone puts in $10, and then we're gonna have 4 cards to every player, and you have to use 2 cards in your hand, exactly 2, any combination of 2.
I remember I got to call out everything and single boards and everything goes below this sign.
And have the best hand of 5 cards.
No cooling.
I saw
I'm
his
the one doing the calling.
comment.
I gotta be on the right end of it once.
Struggling. I'm just about even. I'm just about
Gary C. asks, is Lottie's VPIP above 10? It is.
Seth, I'm gambling. Oh, we're waiting for the deal here.
Taking the Fleetwood Mac.
44. Oof. Not my night.
You got a 44?
I rolled a 44, which means Seth's going to roll a 45.
Probably right.
Nuts with backup.
Yeah, straight with a set.
Check. Check. Check.
And let's
Settle for a
see
set with a
here.
flush draw.
Just a set.
Gut shot for Noah.
Watch
Only
what
bad
they
thing
sell
about Bombets is every now you can't see half the cards.
Bet 50.
Or
I'll be damned.
that hand's where I can easily fold. And not lose money.
Fold. Call 50. Fold.
Aces for Kobe. Currently in the lead here, not knowing what Optimize and Rogelio have.
Three players.
And it looks like Optimize is going to come in for a bet here on the turn.
With two mystery hands, and it is a bomb pot with the two mystery hands. With that texture, again, I'm not an expert, but it is a bomb pot. Bet you nickel one of those two guys has it straight. Either Optimize or Rogelio.
Or a set. And if you're Kobe, you can't really call this with just aces. Especially if Rogelio calls. There's so many things.
It's gotta be all four of them at once.
I mean, even if you hit aces on the turn, it's still
Scan all the cards or
You
none
scan
of
your
the
cards
cards.
again as well. Calls 230.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
the cards
he has
have to be
no
on the scanner
redraws here.
once.
There we
If you
go.
leave it-
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. He has
Literally.
aces too.
And Optimize
5-4.
has the straight. Well, they both have the straight. There
Yeah,
we
they're
go.
going to chop
Yeah, that
now.
usually
Yeah.
works. Unless the card's broken.
We got it.
Or the scanner's in it.
Heads up action.
Changes nothing.
Yeah. Pot and call. I mean, the only thing that's changes is that the higher end of the straight got there, 10-9.
Yeah.
Optimize is trying to figure out.
Anything
one
but
pot?
Nate. I think it's a pot and then a repot and a call.
400 is the bet. And a call. Showdown.
And they both have the same hit.
Will he see
And that was exciting.
4 or 5 straight?
And Optimize is like, man, even when I get a good hand, I can't win.
Take it back, take it back.
Thing is, I don't even think he's, well, he has 1.7. Did he add on? Can't remember.
I mean, they each did make a little money there. They made like, what, 30 bucks each?
Yeah. But did he add on? Because he started with 1,000. I can't remember.
I don't know.
He's been rather quiet. Just hasn't had a lot of opportunities. And when he does get in there, he gets raised by a better hand.
All right, everybody. 2-5, 2-5. Thank
I
you.
will say he hasn't forced it.
We're trying to outmaneuver each other and ultimately put hundreds in.
You said it's right.
Denied.
Got about 40 minutes left. Appreciate you guys joining us.
Production clicks a button.
In the nicest way possible, it was told the button is correct. All right. Dude, we got a live 20, guys. 20 is on.
I'm sure Seth said that very diplomatically.
Will we see a big hand before the stream?
I don't know. I'd like to.
It's always fun.
Yeah, or even like a middle-sized one, but with some interesting play or some angles on
Or
it.
like a three-way all-in. Those are always fun.
Yeah, those are fun. You see more big straddles.
Right.
I mean, how long does it take them to read it once they're there? Instantly?
How long do you need to put them over the scanner? Just a good washover or what?
2 seconds?
Should be pretty much.
Folding all
Just
the way
stagger
around
and on
here.
top and pretty quick.
Scanner is 1 in
Kobe's
10.
gonna go ahead. Oh,
Scanner's 1 in 10 tenths away.
and Doug is like, ah.
Calls 20 option.
Scanners are like that. For whatever reason, 1 in 10 or so.
Yeah, this is the quietest I've seen Doug in a really long time. Noah with nines. Nine's been happening a lot. Don't know what Kobe has. Queen 4-8, 2 diamonds on the board. Noah and Faker both have 1 diamond. Faker's gonna go ahead and get out of the way. Kobe is also gonna get out of the way, and nines are gonna take it for the win.
It's funny, like I'll open, I'll get re-raised when I don't have it, but when I do have it, nobody's interested in playing with me.
Is Lottie unstuck? I believe no. believe he's still in the hole.
Not by much, but yeah, I think he's down a little bit.
What YouTuber has the best poker tips strategy
For beginners?
for beginners?
All right, we have a live 10. Live 10.
Strategy? I mean, a lot of them don't really talk strategy. They just kind of say what they do.
Yeah, I mean, not so much anymore, but when Mariano first started, because he was playing a lot smaller stakes,
Yeah,
and
he plays really big stakes now.
he was great at kind of explaining his thought process from the point of view of sort of, not a beginning player, but a semi-beginning player.
I mean,
55.
the way Brad Owen does his like voice inflection and talks, like I mean, I don't watch vloggers a lot, so I'll be perfectly honest. I know several vloggers, and I'll watch them from time to time. But I don't know, I would say probably Mariano and Brad, and I've met both of those guys. They're probably one of the better ones. Rampage has you know, put in a lot of work over the last year to get a ton of videos out. Pokerface Ash is kind of up and coming blogger. She's around 20K subscribers. Only started about a year ago. J-Win Poker, J-Win who plays here with us, he's getting ready to start a vlog.
I suspect that one's going to be pretty damn good. Jay,
Yeah, because he goes into very, very detail.
Yeah. Hey, he's an interesting guy too.
I wonder if he'll show like a video of his like when he does the sims and stuff like that too.
I don't know.
That'd be good. Yeah. Just give him that idea. Because a lot of vlogs sometimes are all the same thing. Like you just see your hands and you know. But it'd be cool if they did that and then show like the sims and what you do, what you should do, what's the right play here.
I like when they branch out a lot. I'm kind of like you. I don't watch a lot of them. They show up in my feed, and every now and then I will. But this is maybe 6-8 months ago. Andrew Nemi did a really interesting series. He only did like 2 or 3 of them. Maybe he's done more since then. But it was when he was starting to play PLO. It was him, but he also had a coach with him, and the coach and him were talking about his PLO hands. And that was from a learning perspective. It was pretty interesting content.
Andy from the one that plays the high stake streams, he does something. He like sits on the couch with the buddy and they talk about hands, I believe, sometimes too. Just type in poker for beginners. I mean, Jonathan Little.
It's bad luck,
Jonathan
though.
Little,
Like you come back
poker
and
buddy.
play the hands.
He would be fun to look. I think he's one of the better coaches out there for beginners with all his content. And he does a lot of content on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
I have to try sucking out.
80.
No, I tried that.
I'm always
Like,
trying to
instead
get
of
Jonathan Little
suck
to
out.
come down here, to come play.
Finally,
Aces.
Doug hits. Doug's got aces.
Doug is playing a hand with aces.
Let's see if he gets any action though.
Yeah,
And that's a shame.
that's the only bad thing when you're super tight or you're super card dead and then you play a hand and it's normally a really good hand and then no one gives you action because you haven't been playing hands.
And the table's dead too. It's kind of
Yeah.
like.
And then flop top pair on the flush draw.
It's weird. It almost feeds in on itself. Like, not entirely, but there's a tiny aspect of it. If the table's running dry all night, it sort of kind of makes the players run dry
And that
a
was
little
for his
bit.
day 2
Well, you
stack.
kind of always get
Like,
this
it
vibe
was
in the last 30
tournament,
minutes of the
like, it was
stream
day
where it's
2
just kind of
stack
like
in the
people are
middle
like
of
ready to go or tired
Yeah.
or whatever. But you say that, but a lot of them always play after stream. You know what I mean?
Get a small line out there for me, please.
But I don't know. It doesn't. The action doesn't ramp up at the very end sometimes, I believe.
That's a lot.
And in my experience, big pots tend to create big pots because once a few people get in there, they start to get a little bit more loose. And
Live 10.
Makes me feel better about not making it.
Fold. 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 Fold.
Yeah, I failed to make day 2 several times.
Raise. 40.
he's got a lot of middle and small pairs for Baker tonight too. He's had 5s a few times,
Kings
6s.
for Rogelio. Coming in for the raise. In the 120, 130 range.
With the way he's been playing tonight too, and depending upon what the board looks like,
Oh, wow.
he's going to get paid.
Just calls.
Interesting.
Heads up.
He knows that Faker's kind of been aggressive, so he is laying the trap in position.
Chat, like, it's over now, right? Like, we just
Bet 25.
I just didn't respond. I wasn't gonna tell him.
Raise 50.
Did he just mid-click him?
I don't know. I didn't see.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
just
mid-clicked
clicked
him.
him. And he's gonna lay it down.
He's like, dang it, that sucks.
So even though it's not that much and it's a little subtle, I actually don't like that. I would have called that there. I would have raised the turn.
Yeah.
You want to build that pot so you can make the, when you raise, you want to make it meaningful.
And normally when you just mid-click it like that, it comes off as super strong, call me bet, you know, as well. Sometimes it almost gives your hand away. And also you could
Shift leader for at least half that tournament.
raise it much bigger on the turn with the pot being bigger.
Somebody, you know, it's
So much. All right.
like under the gun opens, and then second biggest stack rips massive, and I cover him, and I have aces in the big blinds. That's amazing. And I hold, and I collect a giant bounty.
$10 straddle here for Stein.
And a
Rick
lot of chips.
has left the building, or left the table, at least.
Raise 40.
Baker gonna raise it up here with the king queen off. Queen jack for Rogelio is gonna go ahead and come in
Calls 40.
for the call.
Folds.
Pretty standard.
Always folding.
Which, that's for Caitlin, if you're still listening, Caitlin. The standard play there.
7-8-8,
Check.
2 clubs. And at another club, Rogelio is the only player that has a club. He's going to check it over to Faker. And
Check,
Jack
check.
gets there for Rogelio.
13.
And he's going to go ahead and take down small pot.
Thank you. You're playing mandatory time?
What is Rogelio's little thing there? Is that a dog?
I don't know. I was trying to figure that out earlier.
It looks like a little wooden dog from afar, but I can't really tell.
If it is, that's kind of cool. I'm sort of a dog guy myself. Always loved him. Big fan.
You are a dog guy? You
Yeah,
don't have
I
a dog?
am. I do. I do.
What do you have?
Rat terrier. She's a good girl.
Small dog?
Yeah, medium, not big. On the large end of small. She's like 18 pounds.
And then some nights, like every other
Yeah, but like small dogs like 12 pounds.
35?
And there's big difference between 12 and 18 pounds.
I've had like a 2-pound dog. Not had, but like my friend's. Oh, hold on. Got 8s versus 9s here. Doug is just gonna smooth call.
Calls 35.
Rogelio's gonna get in there with the king 7 suited, and a playable hand for Lobby. Also a little. He could raise with this. Stein with 3s needs to get in there. All right, doesn't look like he wants to, but he's going to. So we got 5 ways to the flop here. 175
get those numbers up.
in the pot.
Check.
First player is checking card.
King, queen, 7. 2 pair for Stein.
Check. Check.
If I'm Stein, I'd like to at least bet a little bit here to get some value and also to protect your hand from some diamonds.
150.
But he may bet a little bit too big.
Yeah, I think that's a little too big.
He's likely going to scare everyone away and just take it down, which is not a bad thing, but you may lose a little bit of value from some weaker holdings. No, so my friend's wife, she does like on the side, just kind of like a dog sitting or whatever.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah, medium, yeah. And she had this cute little dog. It literally was the size of my forearm. It's like this big, and it was white, and it didn't move, and it just hung out there. like I'm not. I've personally never had a dog, just because I don't know, just didn't grow up with them or whatever. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind a little small little thing like that. Those are fun.
I mean, they all got the same brain. That's the thing. A dog is a dog is a dog. Now, I don't know if I'm like a little 5-pound Chihuahua type of dude. Not really my thing. But they don't know how big they are, and they love you the same just as much as the big one does.
Oh, especially the huge ones. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What's the dog's name?
Her name's Ripley.
Ripley.
Yeah, she's a good girl.
You've said that twice. She's a good girl.
She's a killer.
She's fast, I bet.
Oh, yeah.
Do you like take her out like most people like go to like restaurants and stuff like that with her?
Like if it's a bar with a patio and a nice day,
Yeah.
absolutely. But I'm not, like, I love dogs. Huge dog guy. I'm not crazy dog guy who's like, I'm bringing my dog with me everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah. It's a dog. I'm not going to be that guy.
I have to admit, I like dogs, but when poker players bring their dogs to the table, unless it's like a service dog, I'm just kind of like, bro, come on, man. You know, I don't need them right there. I once saw a guy bring a baby.
Getting hot at the right time.
I mean, start him off right, you know.
They were playing PLO. He had a baby in his hand.
I mean, that baby's going to be a D-gen. That's awesome.
I asked the manager, I go, because I was just curious. Wasn't hating, but I was like, the baby can be in here? Isn't there an age limit? It's like, they're like, he ain't playing cards, just a spectator.
I don't know. That's collusion. I mean, maybe the baby's some sort of prodigy, right?
Right? Has the baby at an angle to see the cards and like cry when he has aces. 115 for Rogelio with ace tweed.
He's on a little bit of a run the past few minutes.
Gutter now for Noah. Noah needs a 10.
Yeah, you check this.
And surprisingly, Rogelio did not continue. Maybe he's being sneaky to try to get some value, but he did not. Now would be a time to go for some value now.
Is he just going to check it back?
I guess he's not a big fan of ace-queen.
I wonder what do you think he was thinking there?
I don't know. Maybe he was worried about ace-king somehow, but, you know,
I want to get check raised. I'm scared.
I mean, ace-queen is almost the nuts there. You know, flushes missed. I mean, there's a backdoor straight there, but you're not really worried about 5-6, you know, so
Yeah.
some
The
random
only-
two pair of some sort. Like,
Yeah, like ace X suited, where the X paired the
Yeah,
ace
the
4
end,
suited
yeah.
or something. But
yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised he didn't bet turn or rip. That would have been a 3-barrel.
you know, he should take some lessons from me.
About 25 minutes left here.
5-10, 10 to go.
$10 straddle for Doug.
Bet 35.
Jack 10 suited, which are kind of like aces to me.
And especially if you're optimized, that's definitely aces, because he's like, I am going to kill myself if I don't get a hand.
We'll just do punter.
That's never fun when you're just card dead forever.
Yeah, it's the worst.
We'll just cover the cameras for like 2 minutes.
Let me know when
See if
it's last
Doug comes in for the raise.
game. Thank you.
I think he is. Yeah, there's no universe in which he doesn't raise this.
And Optimize is like, every time I get in a hand, I get raised. Luckily, he's in position. He has a very playable hand that can see a flop. So this should be a 100% call. No reason to raise.
Call 150.
Absolutely a call. And you've got a nice little pot here that you can build on and work with in case you hit the flop. And not really.
2 overs and a backdoor flush draw.
Backdoor straight draw, too.
Doug could likely check this as well.
Yeah, his only saving grace is Doug has nothing either. So
But if Doug bets here, will optimize continue?
I mean, if I'm Doug, I'd c-bet this based upon that flop and your perceived range. You have a boatload of fold equity here.
Yeah. And Doug is going to bet. Somewhere in the 120 range would be good.
Bet.
Oh, wow. Makes it really big. Now, this sounds super bluffy,
He's a little suspicious.
but he's also getting beat by the ace-kings, the ace-queens of the world, king-queen. So I think he knows he's behind and likely to get out of the way. What is he doing?
Just making sure, just making sure. Oh,
I think I heard him say fold.
Yeah.
just making sure.
He said, oh, you're all.
Yeah, I don't know what Doug was trying to do there. He's like showing him the cards or something.
And we'll go viral again.
And Doug wins a small little pot there.
Do I get applause for using the phrase fold equity? Like, I know what I'm talking.
There you go, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fancy term.
Oh, right, your money? 2-5, please.
Well, I mean, Seth vetoed it.
Thank you, Jedi Master Ted. Hit that like button.
Stream's almost over. He'll let me know when y'all on there. Yeah, live 10.
9:45-ish is when we stop.
Did I just hear screaming?
Sounded like a whistle.
Okay.
What's that?
I was like,
Fold,
what?
fold.
Well, I mean, the trick is usually you run better after the stream when you get stuck on the stream. And that's all I got left tonight, you know?
Fold.
King 10 suited. Rogelio is going to just call the limp there. Limp in. Doug with ace 4 on the button. Oh, excuse me, on the big line. It's going to go ahead and raise it.
Call 30. Call 30. 3 players.
Flush draw for Optimize. Top pair for Rogelio and a gut shot for Doug here. Could see a 3-way hand to the turn.
I would be surprised if we don't, especially now. Like, unless Optimize raises this, which he's going to do. I don't see Rogelio folding this. Maybe. Why would you fold King 10 there on this? Well, I guess maybe he's thinking 2 pair or a set.
He may not like his kicker.
Yeah.
That's the only reason that I can think of. Nine gets there, so now Optimize has even more equity. Likely to win a pot here unless ace or a 2 comes for Doug.
And he checks it back. Interesting. I would have tossed out just another 100. And
he
there's
gets
his
there.
flush. And he might get paid here because Doug has the ace of hearts. So if Optimize makes this a reasonable size, make this like one, well, I think that's too big, yeah. If you make
Well-
that 105, 120, you might get paid.
Well, Doug probably wouldn't call that. If anything, he would raise to rep that he had the flush. Because he knows that he can't have the nut flush, so he would likely potentially raise that versus just call.
Alright, but you have a live 10.
And we have about 20 minutes left here, ladies and gentlemen, getting down to the wire.
And if you guys haven't liked the stream yet tonight, please go ahead and smash that like button because every little bit helps. We do really appreciate it. Again, we are here for you.
Uh-oh, someone hit a big hand.
Oh, we got some pots going on outside.
20 to go. False play. Fold. Fold.
Someone's yelling.
We got nines again. Nines again for Doug, and he's definitely raising this. And there we go. That's a nice chunky raise. From 20 to 140, it looks like. I think. Yep. Rahel is going to let it go.
Fold.
4.4 for Kobe. He hasn't been in any hands recently. Staying there at 1.6, and didn't see where the others are. Stan's been really quiet over there.
Surprisingly so.
Him, Doug, Optimized, they've all just haven't had a lot of hands working with. Faker and Noah
Last week they were
just been kind of
sure.
making some wild plays every now and again with not much. And Kobe has been the big winner tonight, with getting the right hands at the right time.
He had a nice run at the beginning of the stream, and I think he's been sitting on that since then.
Yeah, and in terms of probably just pure bluffs getting after it, I'd have to give it to Rook. Just triple barrel bluff 7-5, 5. You know what I mean? Take it. He's done that a couple of times today.
You gotta love seeing that.
Yeah. Someone made someone laugh. Optimized with King 6 suited. He's like, screw it, I'm getting in there.
I am so bored. I'm calling. I don't care. I now hate money.
You never been to prison?
I have never been to prison.
And looks like we're going to get a raise.
That's a danger.
And Optimized is like, dang it, I can't play a hand.
That is the danger when you raise light like that.
And look, he only has A7. He doesn't even have that great of a hand, but takes advantage. And you can't call with that hand, so you definitely got to raise it to get some potentially weaker hands out of there. But his ace high was definitely good.
So if I get all that shit taken care of.
Oh, I do think so. Yeah, that's a very good point. Seth, it's time to gamble again.
He said Pratt trying to sound like AA Ron. That's funny.
Like I said in chat, I prefer to I think of myself as wish.com Aaron.
I'm saving like at least on help.
Or the mom, can we have Aaron? No, we have Aaron at home. Then picture of me.
AA Ron had a decent run in the recent tournament.
Dude, they actually play for money in prison. Someplace.
Fold, 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 fold.
You just have people on the outside moving the money.
Call 20. Option. Check.
Time for you to suck out.
Folding all the way around here. 10-3 versus Queen 3.
You know what? I'm gonna.
And everybody
Oh,
whiffs.
we both got a 3. What's your kicker?
Queen high still in the
Well,
lead
you said
here.
that's your high card, right?
I lied. I'm not even sure I'm awake 100 hours.
I've seen a lot of those tonight where people, like, granted, they're not calling with great hands, but, like, not a lot of people are hitting flops.
Oh, and they both hit a pair.
Hold on there. Hold on there. I call. I need help.
I think my kicker is gonna. I think my
Nice.
kicker is good.
Oh, he called with the 100.
I love the troll bet. Oh, he just wanted change.
I'm sure people would get really tired of how
Oh, yeah.
it's like. try after
And
you
they
get
both have a pair of threes.
Good, wouldn't it?
Three high would be an
Body
excellent hand.
it
What's your
has the
kicker?
kicker.
10.
I got you.
Somebody says, I got you.
Battle of the Blinds. Nice hand, sir.
Thank you.
Well played, too.
Thank you.
I mean, I've known people that have done the like 60 in 3 days, or they just do 20, 20, 20, 20.
I should have left that 3 high.
Would you have a live
24 hours a day. I can't stay awake that long. I can't stay awake more than like 20 hours.
Yeah, you gotta bet that river once you say you got 3 high.
There you go. You got a compliment for your analysis. Sounding like AAA run over here.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that is a pretty damn good compliment. Might be the nicest thing anybody's told me this month.
AAA run does a really good job
He does.
of the very detailed analysis.
This is the most miserable game I've ever played.
New Jersey checks out.
Oh,
I've never actually played them.
Yeah, people drink a little bit, but then everybody's just
Rick is going to go ahead and raise it up here to what looks like $30.
calls 30, fold, fold. Calls
Jack
30,
10 for
fold.
Kobe. Don't know what Rick has just yet.
Calls 30.
Ace 8 for Noah. Playable hand on the button.
Very playable. Almost squeezable.
Maryland cut off like over
Oh, he's going to get in there. So we're going to go 5 ways to the flop here.
I love ace deuce suited. I'm a big fan of it.
Maryland live
We have 5 players.
spot, so it was MG and National Harbor.
I love the majority of ace suited hands, but it depends on what position. King, Jack, 5. Don't know what Rick or Rogelio has yet. Backdoor nut flush draw for Lottie.
Well, also
Second pair for Kobe.
terrible. Like, if you're gonna go to a beach, you don't go to that one. You go to Ocean
He's going to
City
check all the way around.
or Florida.
Turns to 6. Rogelio's going to lead out into 4 players here.
Bet 80.
He's going to bet about half pot.
It gets really big. Us
Give everybody else 3 to 1.
there. Or any tournament series, like it just gets massive. And they have 2 floors in that place. They have enough tables. They have like 50 something.
Kobe has second pair, but he's just going to get out of the way too. And we're never going to know what Rogelio had.
They also were the first.
You had the winner.
The first
Yeah.
poker room in the state to have no mask.
Never going to know.
They had a lawyer in court.
I'm sorry, John. I don't remember.
Yeah, I mean, it was the only place open on the East Coast for a long time. And it was amazing.
What's your favorite play of the night?
Hotels around there are cheap, like it's not overly expensive. So that's really traffic's bad, but like it's decent.
Oh, God. There was a great bluff at the beginning.
In and out of MGM is like a nightmare.
First hour, seat 4. I think he had 7-5
I
off
always like
and
the horseshoe better.
bluffed off the winner. 2 barrels. That's a pretty good one.
Like, you gotta watch your back.
10 to go.
Oh, and Noah? Noah
Yeah.
against Kobe.
Yeah.
And Kobe had like 10s or something.
Yeah.
And there was an ace on the board, and Noah had a gutter. Yeah, that was a pretty good hand.
Bet
Queen 10 suited for Noah. Still
Very
have yet to see jacks today or 7s.
Yeah.
I think we've seen every other pair but jacks or 7s. Stein with the ace 3 in the straddle. No defend there.
Thank you.
Kobe's still in the lead here with 4.4K. Doug right behind him. As the stream winds down, let's see if we can get some action plays here.
Like, there's no more bomb pots in the game. Just gonna lose.
Doug. Yeah, but then when he sits in the mix, he'll fucking play sassy, which is the biggest action game there is.
Fold. Fold.
I'm always partial to
Fold.
sweat.
Fold.
But I prefer it when you can discard all.
5 good.
Folding all the way around with
Bet
Rogelio with
15.
the ace jack suited, excuse me, offsuit. It's going to go ahead and raise on the button here.
Streets and takes a full book.
And Stein's going to go ahead and get in there
Heads up.
with the ace 7 suited. Ace on the board for both. 2 pair for Rogelio. Backdoor nut flush draw
Bet 20.
for Stein. Excuse me, for Rogelio.
Calls.
Excuse me, 2 pair for Rogelio. Backdoor nut flush draw for Stein and a pair of aces. Oh, wow.
That's 30.
Sorry for a minute there. I thought Stein had a 4. Just has us a 7. So a pair with a weaker kicker versus 2 pair here.
Check.
Check, check, and 2 pair is going to win.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was like,
And we just have a couple of minutes here left. We want to thank everybody for joining us tonight.
Is there a peak?
Absolutely. Appreciate all you guys, frankly, putting up with me.
Go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button. We will eventually see y'all soon. Maybe see some of y'all in Dallas.
5-10.
I saw a really sick one where it was like,
Potentially.
If this is the Dante I think it is, who just asked what's David and David, well, I'd like to think that you know what David and David are, but I suspect you missed a word there. What's up, buddy?
What's David and David?
150?
150.
It's the Double D show.
The double D.
I really got screwed in a leftovers hand yesterday. Flop is like king 7-3. I ended up keeping king 7-7.
Ace King here for Lottie's going to
And on
3
the
bet
turn, which,
and likely just going to get all the way through.
they had a 4-outer that I could never
See, Noah might call, although he's been kind of snug all
I'm
night,
thinking
except
like
when he's
maybe
bluffing.
Maybe got a flush.
5s here for Noah. Faker with Ace
Pulls a
8.
4-outer out of his backside.
Yeah, he's going to make it
Play
through.
with me.
And Ace King going to win
Suck out
without.
ace king again.
Oh, awesome, Dante. Dante finally got the money.
Nice. So I should call off the guys?
This is
Because
why I don't loan money to anybody.
it's a thing where I actually don't know if I can. Once you start that process, the guy told me, once I tell him, I'm never going to know who it is. So it's a shame.
Yeah, ever since I've started playing, I just always pretty much made a rule. And I only broke it one time. It was for a friend that actually came here that either he was looking to play the stream and he just, I don't know, debit card wasn't working or something. Like, I knew him. I knew where he worked. That, I knew he was good for it. So I was like, all right, whatever. Help you out. He didn't really know anybody here. But outside of that,
Yeah, me too.
if someone goes, hey, you got cash for Venmo? I go, nope. Sorry. There's probably a dozen other players that will go, sure, I'll help you. So I don't feel bad because they'll get it from someone. But I just don't put myself in that situation. I've heard too many bad stories of the 4 deuce.
Lottie, I'm going to have to chat with you.
Dante said, please do.
You have 5 players.
Lottie may be the only player that chats with people while he's playing.
Check. 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 Bet 40.
Top pair for Rogelio here. Open ender for Rick. Rick's going to go ahead and stay in here.
This is kind of cool. Lottie's chatting to us 15 minutes in the future. Like, he's actually sending messages back in time. It's kind of cool.
Heads up.
3 of diamonds. Rick now gets more equity with a diamond draw.
Bet 80.
And Rogelio is going to get out of the way there with top pair. Obviously didn't like the diamond there, so he's going to go ahead and get out of the way. Not knowing that he was still ahead.
Funds right.
Couple minutes left here, ladies and gentlemen. Like and subscribe, and we will see y'all soon.
how does UVA put up 15 points and a half?
Pretty pathetic.
Like, they shouldn't be in a tournament.
Got about 5 minutes left, which means a few more hands.
This tournament. versus
I'm rooting for a big one. I'd like to finish with a big one.
I always like to finish with the big one. It's always fun.
Yeah,
This is yours, right?
yeah. Or well, that's my.
You don't want to leave. You know what'd be really funny? You know what'd be really funny?
Forget
if you forget this and go to work and you have the other half of the charger at the work. That would be really funny.
Although I suspect they got a couple of those in my office.
Oh, for sure. So if you don't know what we're talking about, guys, David brought his laptop and only brought half the charger, so so he couldn't charge it.
I'm a trained professional, and we got Ace Queen for Faker.
Ace Queen for Faker.
And King Queen for Stein. Who probably will call this. He's
There we
been
go.
kind of quiet all night
Oh,
too.
he's gonna raise. Here we go. I like it. And likely get called from Faker.
Yeah,
I can see Faker even coming in for a raise on top of this, as Stein has been pretty snug all night, and he
Yeah,
is
there
going
you
to come
go.
for a bigger raise.
There's a 4-bet. I like it.
475.
I love how Faker, he doesn't even think about it. When he knows what he's going to do, he's going to go do it. And now, Stein is likely to get out of the way. He is in position, but likely behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, King Queen off is pretty much behind all of Faker's 4-betting range. So good fold there, and great 4-bet there by Faker, especially going 3 ways. Take
would-
down the pot pre-flop.
I would only ever even consider calling that as if it was suited, and that's then contextual against the player and the sizing and everything. But
Yeah,
anything
and
else,
even if you do and you hit a king, you might be dominated. If you
Yeah.
hit a queen, you might be dominated. So suspect to say the least, but yeah, suited definitely gives you a little bit more options if you can hit a flush draw. Flush over flush, although it does happen, it's a lot more rare.
the last hand for the.
I mean, I wouldn't like to call even if it was suited, but that's the only thing that at least
Yeah.
gives you something.
It's at the bottom of your calling range. The very, very, very bottom. Last hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, let's get a big one here then. Let's see.
Yeah, it's always fun having a big one at the last. Oh, everybody just folds.
Let's see quads over straight flush over quads.
really you should have straddled.
Fold, fold.
Oh no, is everybody got to fold?
Oh man.
Doug with ace-6.
Did I ruin
Oh
it?
God, no way!
Oh.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, we got a straddle, so at least.
60 is the bet.
All right, all right,
Call.
all right.
Okay, we're gonna see a flop.
I thought for sure that everybody was gonna fold for it. I was like, no way.
No.
Check. Check.
Ace-6 versus queen-9. Ace-high still in the lead here and continues to be in the lead.
Got shot.
And 9 will bink it
Bet.
right
50.
there on the river, and Faker is going to win the last hand. Unless no one for some reason wants to raise, as he know that ace-high is not good here. And he's thinking really hard about this.
I think we might be seeing a raise coming out of him. He's gonna have to make it big if you like 250.
I mean, he may think his ace-high is good and just pay this off. And that's what he's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
do.
All right.
Yep, and he is. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you for joining us here tonight at TCH Austin, and we will see you soon. I am David DeLaPena, and this is David Pratt,
I am David Pratt.
and we'll see you soon. Good night.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Taking this anyway.